How old were you when you were wielding a pickaxe?
I was 12 and a half, 13, you know, because I worked as a water boy to start. Then I started with the pickaxe, yeah.
So what kind?
Close to 13.
What was the result of that physical labor on a child?
That physical labor on a child had no effect except it was excellent exercise. I mean, I didn't have the power to do much with the pickaxe except what my strength would allow, but I became quite good at it. I would swing with the rest of the guys, and they sang, you know, and they did things. They threw in unisons and stuff, so it made it okay, except I would tire quicker than most, and I would call for the water boy more often than others so I could take a breather. But it was okay, and I kind of felt like a big guy, you know.
Where was church in your life at this point?
At that point, in Nassau, church in my life, my mother started with the Anglican church, which is the English version of Catholic Church, I would imagine. And she moved to the Roman, but I think that move was principally due to the fact that we, as a family, moved from one part of the island to another. From Roscommon, we moved to DeVoe Street, and on DeVoe Street was a Catholic church directly across the street from us, actually on a slight diagonal. And she started going to the Roman Catholic Church then, because we always walked the equivalent of a couple of miles to the first church, the Anglican church. And we had no other form of transportation. So when we did move to DeVoe Street, it was more convenient for her to be able to go to church just across the street. And in that, she always took me to church with her, not every Sunday. Sometimes I found ways to manage not going. And she did the same on DeVoe Street at the Catholic Church. She wanted me to be in the choir. And the priests and the nuns there, they rather liked her a great deal, and they wanted to accommodate her, and they asked her to bring me in and have me to sing for them, see how I could manage. My mother had no idea, and I didn't, that I was tone deaf. I can't carry a tune in a paper bag, I've been told by many friends. But I sang for them, and I was really terrible. But they wanted to accommodate my mom. So they asked me if I could learn the songs, and sing with the choir, but not let any sound come out of my mouth. That I would kind of pantomime. Like with the rest of the boys, they would do the singing, but I would just speak to it, because I would throw them off key, obviously. So that's how I did it for a bit, but I used to get carried away, and I would eventually just say something, and people in the congregation would wonder what note was that, you know. So I was 86th out of the choir.
But you sang in Lilies of the Field.
I did.
You didn't?
I didn't, no.
Oh, they got somebody who sounded like you?
Yes, there was a wonderful singer and a musical conductor, as a matter of fact, a guy named Lester Jeter, something of that nature. Wonderful, wonderful man who sang for me in that film.
Fooled me.
Yeah, well.
He sounded exactly
good.
like.
No, not really. I mean, I'm glad that people thought I sounded like him, you know, because he did very well. But I can't carry a tune, not at all, not at all.
Come on, Sidney, sing.
No,
sing.
I can't carry a tune.
Amen.
No, I cannot carry a tune. I used to listen and watch my friend Harry Belafonte sing, and I always marveled at such a gift, you know. He was miraculous. He could carry a tune. He could pick up a note instantly. He could hear when it's right and when it's not. Really had that gift. But, you know, some people can't sing. One of them.
Those that can do, and those that can't do other things.
And I did other things, yes.
Let's talk about other things. Let's talk about the girls.
Girls?
Yes.
My daughters?
No, the girls down the street. We're in Nassau.
I know. Girls down the street. Well, there were girls down the street, yes. What do you want to know about girls down the street? What?
I want to know who you were strutting by when you came from the movies, strutting down the street past the little girls.
You want to take me into that territory?
Yes, I do.
Well, this strutting down the street. There was a girl on Ross Corner who lived with her mother and her sister. Her name was Margaret, and Margaret was the most remarkable thing I had ever laid eyes on. And from a distance, I became infatuated with this girl, and, but I was too shy to say anything to her. And I had started going to movies, and I became very, very imbued with cowboys. And I used to walk by her house like a cowboy, you know. And in my own imagery, I was wearing my 2 guns, you know, and that's how I wanted her to see me, as this kind of heroic cowboy guy. Well, of course, to her and her sister and her mom, they were absolutely fascinated by this absolutely insane kid who comes walking around past their house like a barrel. And I never looked over there. I would kind of like glance out of the corner of my eye just to make sure that they're aware that I'm walking by. But I could do that, you see, rather than say, hello, how are you? My name is Sidney. I just came to town and I live at the corner. I couldn't do that. I wasn't that social, and I wasn't that outgoing. I wasn't that comfortable with social things. So the best I could do was to get her attention in a manner that didn't appear that I was trying to get her attention. Hey, what can I tell you? That's what I did when I was 10 and a half years old.
And where was Lurleen?
Lurleen was on Cat Island. Lurleen was an experience on Cat Island, yeah. Sure. Uh-huh. You really are going there, aren't you?
And Willamette?
Yeah. Willamette, yeah. Willamette.
All these crushes.
Yeah, I had crushes. I had crushes, yeah.
Did you ever speak to Willamette?
Yeah, I spoke to Willamette, yeah, I did. I spoke to Willamette. Willamette was subsequent to Margaret, and as Margaret was subsequent to Lurleen. By the time I had a crush on Willamette, I was probably 13 or so. I was an old man by then. Mm-hmm. And that was a wonderful experience. Not that anything happened physically with us, but she was a very delicate personality, very ethereal and gentle. And there was a spirituality to her. She was a little girl, like I was a little boy, but there was that quality, you know, and she just had it. And I kind of like got lost in that.
So you weren't necessarily attracted to the kind of sexy little girls, or you were also attracted, but there was something special about these little girls.
Well, first, my own sexuality was just trying to get itself into position for activity, you know, it wasn't matured yet. Come on. But there was something in the personalities. Yes, I think so. I don't know what it was that attracted me in each instance. I don't know. In William A's case, there was this spirituality, this sense of otherworldliness.
So there was a kind of romance about it too.
True. Yes.
What?
Huh?
What?
What?
Just tell me what I said that to you.
It was
because it will only be from you, not from me.
It was a kind of romance.
Yeah.
To it, kind of romance to it.
Tell me about going to your first movie.
My first movie. I was taken by my friends, the Ross Corner guys. When I learned they were taking me somewhere, I didn't make any inquiry as to where, because by now they're in a pattern of taking me with them wherever they were going. And I was just along, and we went to this building, and I saw pictures of men with wide-brimmed hats and things around their necks, you know, scarves and stuff, and they were on horses, and there were cows, just pictures of these things. And there was a little window that they went up to, and they put in their money, like a threepenny piece, and they got a little ticket. So they bought mine for me. It's my treat. And we went inside. Now, I don't want to let on to them that I don't know where I am or what's going on. So I went, you know, and I walked into this place, and there are lots of seats. And I saw there were some people sitting, and our guys they kind of got into an aisle, and they sat down, and I sat down among them. And I'm kind of waiting, you know, but I have to give the impression that that I'm cool with all of this, whatever it is. And I sat there, and they sat there, and we talked and carried on, and the lights began to go down. And I wondered what was coming, and the lights went out, and a light came up on a curtain, this curtain that was up, and the curtain opened, and there's this white wall. And suddenly on the white wall, there's writing, you know. And from there, I mean, by now I'm really. And then there's action, people, and images of countrysides and stuff that I'd never seen anything like it. And then there are cows, tons of cows just moving and walking. I am absolutely nuts now, because how could they get all of that stuff in this building? I'm looking, but I have to be cool, because I don't want my friends to know that I'm, like, flipping out. And then the movie begins unfolding, and things and people, and they're talking, and they're looking, and they're riding, and the cows, and they have ropes and all that stuff. Well, I was never so fascinated in my whole life. Nothing in life had been that impactful on my imagination. At the end of the movie, my friends, of course, they got up, you know, and they talking about, oh boy, did you see him hit that guy, and did he ride? And I am quiet, not saying much. We get outside, and my friends wandered off, heading back for Ross Corner. I went along the adjoining street, around to the back of the movie house. There was a door. And I stood at a distance from the door, waiting for all that stuff to come out to see if I could see anybody coming out. The cows, I couldn't figure. How did they get all those cows in that building? How did they get... I had no idea what film was. None whatsoever. None. I stayed there, and nobody came out. That was a matinee performance in an afternoon around about 3 o'clock. I went and I managed a threepenny piece from somewhere. I went back to that same place that evening for the evening show. And I went up to this little box and I put my thing and they gave me a ticket and I went in and I sat down by myself. And the lights went down. And this big white wall. And then the same things I saw before. Exactly the same things. I really was, it was something. I gotta tell you, it was something. It was something.
When did you figure out that the guys weren't in the back of the theater, in the back of the screen?
Well, I didn't immediately figure it out. It was explained to me in very crude terms by my friends. You know, we talked about it, and they mentioned that it was movies. They didn't say movies, they call it other things, but they described it, and there was some reference to film, that all of this was on something called film, and that is all on there. I couldn't understand it for a while. I accepted what they said, but it took a while for me to grasp the concept. And ultimately I did, of course. But it was an experience. And of course I went back and back and back. And that's where I developed all that cowboy swagger stuff, you know, and stuff like that, because I identified with it so strongly.
Be honest, as a kid, what amazed you on the same level of what amazed Sidney Poitier?
That I would rather be the cowboy than shy Sidney, you know. So.
And you wanted to go to Hollywood to see all the cowboys because that's where they lived, right?
Well, Hollywood came a great deal later in my terms. While I was here in Nassau, my sister Teddy asked me one day, when my father decided to send me away because I was verging on the edge of reform school problems, he decided that he should send me away and to Florida to live with family over there. And then my sister Teddy one day said to me, "What are you going to do when you get there? What would you like to do with your life when you get to America?" I said, "I would like to go to Hollywood and work as a cowboy." I had no idea then that Hollywood was a place where films were made. I thought it was a place where there were lots of cows and that the cowboys I saw were in fact real people who worked with cows and fought off the bad guys, and all that scenario. I had had no frame of reference all of my early life to that point until I started seeing these movies, and also because of the great difference in the two cultures, Cat Island and Nassau. I just wanted I told her I wanted to go to Hollywood and work with cows. And she laughed, I remember. She always laughed with me. She never laughed at me. And I carried that interest. It wasn't until I got to America and had spent some time that I began to learn that Hollywood was not a place where they ran a lot of cows over the terrain. That Hollywood was a place where the films about cowboys were made.
Describe Teddy to me.
My sister Teddy. She was very full of life, a woman, a young girl actually. I think the age difference between us was 5-7 years, I guess. She was a free spirit. That's what I first learned about what a free spirit is like from watching her. She was in tune with something very open and very healthy about life. She laughed easily. She said what she felt in ways that it was never hurtful to anyone. She lived a full life in 34 years. She was dead by then. Died before she was 35. She was the most affectionate person in my family, to me.
Squeeze you and kiss you.
Yeah, she did all those things to me. Squeezed me and kissed me and kind of protected me, like the whipping that she gave William on my behalf. She was great. She was fabulous.
Talk about when she was so sick, and your father sent for the bush medicine guy, and he cured her for 10 years.
Yeah, she took sick when she was in her 20s. And the illness was very severe. My father had her placed in the hospital and stuff like that, and the diagnosis was such that they recommended that he take her home to die.
Be honest. Tell me how interested in you in knowing about this bush medicine guy.
How much weight had she lost?
A lot. She had lost, she had wasted away to nothing. And my father had some interest in bush medicine, because bush medicine is all that we had on Cat Island. When I got a cold, or when any of the other kids were sick, my mom would go to the bush and bring back leaves or stuff from near the waterfront, little sprigs of whatever they were, and she would boil them and feed them as tea or broth or something, and we would get better. I don't know how much of the medicine worked. I don't know how much of what cures were effectuated were not just simply our bodies throwing off these things naturally in a week or two or so. But that's how we lived. When we're sick, Mom or my father would go and get stuff from the bush. And my father, when Teddy was so ill, he heard of a man who was visiting Nassau from one of the other islands, who was a bush medicine person. And as I recall, and as the story goes, he took her home from the hospital, and this medicine man came to see her, and he spent some time looking at her, and then he asked my dad where the forest nearest bush area was, and my father told him where it was, and he went away, and he didn't come back for a couple of days. When he did come back, he came back with roots and leaves and stuff, organic stuff grown in the ground, you know, and from trees. And the instructions were how to prepare them. Some of it was to be boiled, some to be baked, some to be made and crushed to powder after it had been baked for so long. And we were supposed to feed it to her under certain time schedules and stuff. Long story short, in 2 months, she was back on her feet. And in a matter of a few more months, she left and went to Syracuse, New York, because she was offered a job there as a maid in someone's home. And she lived for 10 years after that. Now, was her life extended by the Bushmen? I think so. My father thought so. Just my mom thought so. How? I don't know. I think it was extended because it just was. I mean, she lived 10 years. She gained her weight back. She was a buxom, robust woman before she got sick. And she returned to a buxom, robust woman, and she lived for 10 years. But the truth of the matter is, isn't it, that all we get from modern medicine is something that originated in the bush, isn't it? Mm-hmm. What is interesting to me is how man, over time, through trial and error, stumbled onto these things, or was there some primal instinct that guided them, man, to these bush medicine? Was it all trial and error? Was it, I wonder sometimes, was it how much primal instinct was there, you know? Anyway, she had a wonderful life, died much too soon. But
tell me, before we go off, Teddy, about the time, I know this is jumping ahead, but about the time that you went to see her when she was in Miami and you were going to get married to somebody, and the kind of advice that she gave you. Tell me about Teddy in Miami and why you went there to her.
I was in a hotel room in Miami on my way either to Nassau or from Nassau to New York, and we kind of rendezvoused there, and I hadn't seen her for a bit, and it was a great time we had just talking about things, and I told her that I had met a girl and I was thinking of getting married, and she, in her very typical Teddy manner, she said, "What?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "What are you, crazy?" She said, "You've got so much time to do that." She said, "You've got to live first, so you'll have something to take into a marriage. Live, be yourself, and go out and see the world and do this and do that." And she was painting this picture of what I needed to do to fill myself up and to fill potential and stuff like that. And she was just great on that subject. She said, "You're young, and you can do so many things."
How old were you?
Oh God, I was probably 20. Yeah, about 20, 21.
Really a baby.
But she was so insistent. And she said, "You can get married later," she said. I didn't get married. I didn't. And largely because of what she said, you know. Because I had to look at it. I was getting married for some reasons that were not sound, you know. Teddy.
Getting married for some reasons that were not sound, but that you were always impelled towards a family, towards creating a family or having someone?
We all are, we're not. I mean, we all are. We have feelings about family. I think they are part of our makeup. And we have feelings about being with someone. And we have wants and needs that can only be fulfilled with some kind of a relationship with a someone. And that starts hitting you around about that age, you know, and I had seen my mom and dad, which was a very all-time great relationship, and I guess I wanted to reach out for that. I did in time. I've been married more years than I've not, certainly by this time, you know. And it's been terrific.
You wrote about Nassau as a new, ruthless, sophisticated system of tourism and colonialism. Talk about that. How did it specifically change things for all of you and for your parents?
Well, tourism and colonialism is an interesting mix. Was certainly an interesting mix in my life. Tourism is a way of life for some communities in the world because they happen to be lend themselves to that kind of place or atmosphere to which people can go and feel comfortable and enjoy certain geographic advantages like weather and beaches and stuff like that. And that makes certain places commercially attractive for developers and so on and so on. And then when you find it in a colonial place where the local government is administered from Europe, from Britain, as we were, then you find that colonial rule is not necessarily advantageous to the indigenous people because they are separated from the management of the country. The management of the country is achieved through the application of laws designed by a foreign culture, by a power exercised over the lives of the native population by a foreign political influence that does not make room in the body of its laws to accommodate the fairness that would make it a democratic procedure for all concerned. It just simply doesn't. Colonialism never was a democratic procedure for the people who were being colonized. And the Bahamas was no different from Asia and Africa and South America and places like that. So the combination was politically not to our advantage, and the combination of colonialism and tourism had decided disadvantages for our children, educationally speaking, and opportunities, you know. As a matter of fact, the seeds for colonialism's very destruction were sown within itself. Because ultimately, as you can see, and as has been witnessed by the world, colonialism withered away largely because it was so unfair to native populations. And in its place came what some people call economic colonialism.
Economic colonialism.
Yeah. And there is some validity to that, but even that, you can fight that. You can deal with that a good deal easier than the struggle against colonialism itself, because colonialism itself was very tough to uproot. It was a very difficult process in Africa, difficult process in Asia, where colonial powers were so entrenched, and the laws were designed to perpetuate its existence and stuff like that. We were lucky here that we had we produced men who, in time, just simply decided it was time to challenge and remove colonialism. And such men were, of course, in every country that was ruled by colonialism, ultimately.
Just a minute. Can somebody just stay there and keep people from coming in here? JP, is there?
He's already outside.
Why isn't somebody over there? Since we're on it, make the distinction for me of what colonialism was here. How many blacks were in the population, and that these were English people who were sent over to be prime ministers, governor generals, or whatever the designated ruling colonialists were called.
Well, the breakdown racially here in the Bahamas, we were 90% of the population. The native Bahamian black community was about 90% of the population. There was an administrative group of people from England that represented the other 10%, and there were some native whites here. They were, of course, included in the rules and regulations that favored the British, so they reaped the benefits because they were perceived as English and treated as such, whether they were in fact or not, as long as they were white and lived here in the country. They were extended all the favorable benefits, or the benefits of favor that was carried for the colonial administrators. The colonial administrators were the colonial administrators. They were they were the power, the voting was a very unusual set of circumstances where we had the vote as a population, but the manipulation of political procedures was at an expert level on the part of the colonials, so that it took us a very long time to change that. Very, very long time.
Do you believe everything he's saying when it comes to colonialism?
To change that, but we did have guys looking for ways to do that, and we had men. When I was a kid here, I remember guys like Milo Butler, who is a national icon today. He's dead, he's gone, but he and men like Mr. Bain, and among the younger guys, of course, Lyndon Pinling, and all of the young men who surrounded Pinling and his party. A tremendous new energy was developed and nurtured by those men like that. They quickly gathered together the best brains in the country, and not most, but many of them among them were lawyers themselves, trained in England, who knew English laws, who knew colonial laws, and they formed the nucleus of what came to be the force that revolutionized the country and led it to independence.
And to overthrowing?
The established, legally overthrowing. We won the government because we were able to mount the kind of opposition to colonial rule within the bounds of the law to win the government, which they did in 1967. It is an independent country and has been an independent country since. And the things that have happened subsequent to that independence, many of which are quite remarkable. You know, we are a free country and an independent body of people, and we're doing very well.
What was your stake in I mean, you have a passion for politics. Was your root in politics more in overthrowing colonialism here and establishing a free or an equitable democracy?
My roots were not in politics. Politics. By the time I left here at 15, 16, politics was not my thing. I was politically ignorant. I had no understanding of it. What I had gleaned about politics was that the ruling power, colonial power, was unfair. That I knew, but how politics really worked, I didn't know. I didn't have the education that would have led me to anything understanding in terms of the specifics of local politics. So by the time I left, I had an admiration for Milo Butler because I had seen him in action. I had an admiration for Mr. Bain and many of the other guys, older men who were fighting against it, you know. And when the younger guys became strong enough and infused sufficiently by the older guys and following in their footsteps, then I began to develop my own interest and understanding of the local politics in specifics. But then, of course, I'm away now. I'm living in America, and I'm in another culture, and another set of political things were surrounding my life there. Though I came here often and was able to be of assistance in the 1967 thrust that liberated the country from colonialism, and subsequent to that time, of course, there were times and circumstances in which I was here and available and offered whatever I could offer under the circumstances. Still, I was in another culture where the job there was it was similarly demanding. You know, the civil rights movement in America was a fearful and exhilarating and unpredictable and wrenching time for blacks and for the country generally, because
Tell me in the comments, what did the civil rights movement mean to you?
what we were fighting for there were conditions quite similar, all based on color. You know, the color here was pretty much the same thing as color in the United States was then. And so I lived and tried to survive in that culture where color was still mandated by law as a definition of how well you will be treated by the law. The law said in America, you will be treated as less than. The law specified that. It said you will be treated as less than, and that never could. I was always, that really got me. I could never adjust to that. So I became involved in the civil rights movement.
You never came up against any segregation on Cat Island, did you?
Yes, of course. On Cat Island, no, there was none. There was none that I recall.
There was no
absolutely
what?
none. There was the whites on Cat Island were. I don't remember now. In my 10.5 years, there were 2 guys I recall who were there, and their presence did not represent to me a force of either oppression or segregation or stuff. It simply didn't, because mine was a semi-primitive existence on an island that was the politics of Cat Island was of such a measure. It was all taken care of from here, Nassau itself. No, there wasn't that. It was that I understood. It was when I came here that it really popped me right in the face.
Was there segregation here in
Sure,
Nassau?
there was. You couldn't go to movies. You couldn't go to movies that were not designated for black people. You could not live in certain areas. There were certain jobs that we were not allowed to have. Mind you, the truth is, because we were 90% of the population, the 10% of the colonial power was insufficient in numbers to run a healthy tourist community like this. Therefore, they had to have people, and to such extent as we were able with the educational system that existed here, and to the extent that those Bahamians who had the wherewithal to send their children off to school, mostly to England, many to Jamaica, many to the United States, those kids would come back with education and skills, and those skills would allow them to move a little bit upwards in the scale of things, or the scheme of things, in the country, so that the administrators had to have that body of people who were able to acquire skills, either here at home or from abroad in schools, to fill in the necessary cadre of administrating people. At the same time, certain levels were off limits. There were, as they say in America about advancement of women, there was a glass ceiling at various levels. That was the way it was here. Of course there was segregation in Nassau.
But there wasn't the kind or the ferocity of it here, the way it was in the States.
Segregation here was segregation here. It differed from the United States principally because we were 90% of the population. As a result, a black Bahamian child would vortex within the confines of that black community. And within it, that child was, though it was a segregated society, that child was exposed to images of leadership, importance. Example, that child knew there were black doctors, there were black policemen everywhere they went, there were black government officials, there were some of the most successful men in the country were black lawyers, administrators and educators, so that the child could see that there was room and places for them to go. They could see a policeman, they could see a lawyer, they could see a doctor, they could see a school principal and say, I want to do that. And they saw them in profusion in the context of the 90%.
And where it was their black country.
And it was their black country, of course. Or rather, they were the indigenous people of the country. They were the indigenous people of the country. So, the difference in the United States, I think, at that time was the power of the country was in the numbers of the mainstream community that had fashioned the laws that defined me and defined other blacks. That definition was an unfair definition designed to circumscribe, designed to contain, designed to relegate, so that the life was a separate existence that was not at all fair or equal, neither in opportunity or any of the other criteria that would make fairness, that would articulate what fairness is. That didn't exist. And the struggle there was tougher because you had 10% fighting the 90%.
Mm-hmm. Just the opposite.
Just the opposite. And
just the opposite.
just the opposite. And the struggle there, very much like the struggle here and the struggle in other parts of the world, began with guys, not just with the guys who were around when I was a boy, but guys who were from other generations long gone. You know, there were men and women from the days of slavery, whose lives and whose names are probably forgotten forever, but who took a position.
Here in Nassau?
No, in America.
Oh, in the States.
They took a position and lived a life of protest. Their lives represented a protest against things as they were. Across American history, there are black people whose lives were registered protests, the way they lived their lives. And out of that history, over time, it was a long time, came others who lived and died and registered their protest and did what they can and lived as best they could under the conditions and tried to raise a family and send their kids to what schools that they were able to, and there weren't that many. And in time, a generation arose that said, hey, now is the time. And they articulated what the general concept was, which was, it's time for change now. It's morally time, ethically time. It's just time for democracy to either be what it can possibly be, or
what's interesting to me, Sidney, is that within the framework of your life, first on Cat Island and then on Nassau, where you were part of the 90%, you brought that at 15 to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So that there was already a very, very strong sense of pride and entitlement.
Yeah, pride and entitlement I carried with me. I carried with me from here, there, to America. I brought it with me from Cat Island here. You know, I had 10 and a half years there, and then I had 4 years here, 4 or more years here, so that by the time I got to America, I had a sense of myself. And the sense of myself included my attitudes about myself, gathered from the body of that 90%. I saw what I could be. I saw what was possible for me. And then, having seen that, having tasted of that, having felt that, when I got to America, having felt that, when I got to America, there was a preconception of a slot I was expected to fit. And I looked at the preconception, I looked at the slot, and I said, that's not where I intend to find my place. And the suggestion was, no, your place, we have decided your place for you. And I said no. I was strong enough only because I came from this culture where I was in the 90%, and I had enough, I had enough pride and expectation is what covers it, I would think.
It sounds to me like they tried to break him, but he wouldn't allow it. Tell me your thoughts about that in the comments.
And then I got to a place where the laws were absolutely written out.
In Miami?
Yeah, absolutely written out as to what I was according to the law, what I could expect according to the law, how far I would go according to the law. And I started resisting that right away.
Tell me about that incident with the sheriff, where you were wandering around the streets and somehow you wandered into the sheriff thing and he said, "Where are you going, nigger?" or something.
No, I don't want to talk about that. Don't want to talk about that. But it was...
Well, talk about the how it affected you, the brutality of that.
I can't talk about... Brutality is not always just physical, you know.
No.
Okay, so the brutality that interests me most was the brutality of denial.
Exactly.
Right. And that's what concerned me most when I was a young man in America, the brutality of denial, you know. I mean, incidents, there were, there's no need dwelling on incidents that took place, incidents that we can pop out of the whole scope of my life in America. That's of no value, really. I mean, I could tell you stories of things that happened that were brutal and really demeaning, and I could get into that, but I don't want to. There's no point in wallowing in that stuff. What is interesting, though, is the brutality of denial. To have a blanket definition of an individual, of a personality, of a human being, that has no nuances to it, that definition. It is blanket, it is block, it is unrefined, it is just that way. And all your life, therefore, if you are going to survive as a result of accommodating that definition, you have to begin to twist your life and your self-perception and your values, and you bend them a little here and you twist them a little here. Not with intent to satisfy, but with an acquiescence to what is you perceive to be the only way to stay alive. You've got to have some kind of a peace made between you and this thing. That's cruelty. I mean, that's to tell you the truth. For a lot of people, it was very difficult. I mean, I'm not saying it was difficult for me. It was difficult for all black people. And it left a mark. So that is what I think about mostly when I think about my journey in America. because any physical brutality doesn't really cover it, because that can be limited to incidents. But this was an overall resonance constantly, you know. Mind you, now we're speaking of an America where today wonderful progress has been made, and that too is undeniable. You can't deny that has happened in appreciable ways. Not sufficient to level the playing field altogether. It's still tilted somewhat. Not sufficient to put racism behind us altogether. It's not there yet. There's been a status change in it, here and there, but it's still with us, you know.
I want to ask you a question. African Americans who are born in America and who grow up with a very different sense of themselves than you as a poor boy in the Bahamas, were so far ahead in terms of what you felt you could do, what the horizon held was for you, what your expectations could be. A kid, a black kid, growing up in America didn't have that strength, that community, that sense of looking around and seeing a doctor here, a lawyer there.
Well, let me speak to that for a second.
Please.
This whole sense of the difference between my upbringing and the difference and that with the American black child, right?
Yeah.
I went to America with much of myself already congealed. And I come from a culture here in the Bahamas where we were 90% of the population, which allowed me to go to America with a sense of myself.
Mm-hmm.
The American black child didn't, to a large extent, have that kind of, certainly not that atmosphere of being a part of a 90%. They were a part of a black community, certainly. But the black community was a 10% part of a 100 whole. So, the truth of the matter is, the black child who survived the American thing had a harder struggle than the black child who survived the Bahamian thing because of the 90-10, 10-90 situation. And therefore, it is even more remarkable that the black child in America turned out to be Thurgood Marshall and Roy Wilkins and Paul Robeson and Walter White and the head of the Urban League, Mr. Whitney, I've forgotten his last name, A. Philip Randolph, and the black historians that we have and have had. I mean, there's a body of young black children who survived all that in the context of being the 10 in the 90. It was a hell of a lot tougher for them being the 10 in the 90 than it was for me being the 90 being oppressed by the 10, you see. So I played Thurgood Marshall, the life of Thurgood Marshall, and I researched the life from the time he was a student, even before. And you saw, you talk about a passion, you talk about a sense of self, you talk about a commitment. Nowhere I went in the Bahamas, nowhere was I ever threatened physically.
About the first time you were threatened, whether it was about your life or threatened towards somebody else's life.
I mean, I didn't walk around this country with any sense of there is a threat abroad in this land and I have to keep my wits about me on that score. Here was a guy who roamed America, going from state to state, into territory where he was not wanted by the established power, a part of which was a violent segment. He was, in reading about him, in order to play him, I found a man, and I found stories about a man who was hounded and who was chased by guys with not good intent. Amazing. And he did it year in and year out and year in and year out and year in and year out. And he was one. There were many others. Robeson, in a different way, lived a life. How much strength and courage a guy like that had to have to say, here is who I am, and this is how I am. To say that against a 90 is a hell of a lot tougher than saying it against a 10. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then, of course, in my business, there were guys like Canada Lee. There were all kinds of people across the spectrum of my career from when I first started at American Negro Theater. There were names of people who persevered and stayed the course and all that stuff. So, it was different, the cultures. And one ought not to get the impression that it was better for me that I came out of this culture. The only thing that was good for me is I came out of this culture better armed to deal with the new culture that I was going into.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Better armed.
Better armed.
Because
Just in case you didn't know who Robeson is, Paul Robeson is the first black man on TV.
there was no threat of death for a child here.
Right. Yeah.
There are children in America, in the black neighborhoods, who face threats of death, which is just inconceivable here.
Well, yeah, it is. The threat of death to American children, black children, there was a time when there was that was a possibility, and but the fear that ensues, living where you are asked to fit into a block, a slot the slot itself doesn't speak well of you. But you also are aware that behind the threat that is represented by the slot you have been directed to is a power that punishes if you don't find accommodation within it, you see. At least in my early days, I didn't have that. Here, the punishment was I'd go to reform school, maybe, and a part of that might have been my own fault, my own problem. But but I was. It was different. It was tougher. It was tougher for those guys, you know. In America, it was tougher.
There's a kind of a joy and a fun, not only in you, I mean, because this has been a learning experience for me, in your family. The whole family has a very free, loose, joyous, there's a lot of laughing that goes on. And I think that too was something that you brought from here that was like unstampable out. Maybe it was the thing that Teddy had.
Well, you're talking about a joy. You mentioned a joy of laughter and a kind of openness and a kind of expression of life and stuff. Yeah, that's a part of life here. Was a part of life here for me. My sister was a perfect example of that. And people laughed and expressed themselves, and they had an ease with each other. If you ever went to a church here, you'll find that the people there's an ease with their religion, and there's an ease with how they deal with each other, you know. But I suspect that is not so unique to the Bahamas. I think it might very well be a thing close to societies that are the less mechanized society, the more likelihood you'll find that kind of ambiance. I think mechanized societies give off a rhythm unto itself that influences the behavior of the inhabitants of that society. It might be subtle, and maybe not so subtle, but there are influences that kind of emanates from this mechanized society. You take a city like New York City, that I love a lot. You walk down the street of New York, if you open up a camera on New York City at any given part of the day, and you put a similar camera on Bay Street here in Nassau, the pace, it differs. It differs. Now, the reason I think the pace differs is because in New York, the fact of numbers, in terms of humans, you've got 7 or 8 million people. 7 or 8 million people of a variety of cultures. The survival syndrome on an average level requires a kind of pace. And what is making this requirement of this pace? I think it's the mechanized nature that makes living in a community of 8 million possible. In order for 8 million people to live in that kind of proximity, there has to be mechanization. There has to be all kinds of mechanized ways of functioning. And that mechanized way of functioning itself leaves its imprint on the sensibilities of the population. So that walking down Fifth Avenue, you can tell the strollers. You can tell the strollers. They're walking down Fifth Avenue, and the lady is holding on to her guy's arm, and they're window shopping, and they're kind of looking around. And for every pair of strollers, you've got dozens of people. They're just going this way and that way, and they're getting here. You know, that's the way a city is. Okay. When you were on Cat Island with me, The pace is way different than it is here in Nassau. You will drive down the main road in Cat Island and you see a few people walking along, and they will stop and chat with someone, or they're sitting about enjoying and chatting, or they're just kind of like moving about that way. It is the absence of the mechanized society plus the numbers. Here, the numbers are more, the society is more mechanized, and what have you found? You've found that traffic is this and that. So, there you are.
When you got to Miami, well, tell me first about moving in with Cyril.
My brother Cyril?
Yeah.
I moved in with my brother. My father sent me to him. That's where I lived, and it was wonderful. He had a wife, has a wife. He's passed away now, my brother Cyril. His wife is still alive. And I stayed with them, and it was an interesting experience. I was in a learning mode then, getting accustomed to the new culture. I didn't stay in Miami long. I didn't like Miami very much. And before long, I was off.
But before we go off, tell me about the 2 ways that you learned how to use the telephone.
How I learned to use the telephone? I learned to use the telephone by trial and error. I didn't know how to use a telephone. I had no idea how to use a telephone. In America, what I did was I just simply wanted to know how to use a telephone, and I would pick up a payphone, and I would put the nickel in, and in those days it was a nickel. I put the nickel in the thing, and I would just dial numbers and listen. Now, of course, sometimes I didn't dial enough numbers, and sometimes I dialed too many numbers. But I kept doing it, trial and error, and I stumbled on to the exact number of numbers. And I and I would listen, and lo and behold, the phone would ring. And somebody picked it up and said, hello, and I hung it up very quick. That was the process of how I learned to use a telephone.
And how did you learn how to drive a car?
I learned how to drive a car pretty much the same way. I didn't know how to drive a car before I went there. It was during the war, and there were lots of jobs available, and therefore a lot of jobs available to blacks, and one of which was in parking lots, which seems to me to be a wonderfully exotic way of making a living. But I didn't know how to drive. So I went to this parking lot and I stood by the entrance where people would get out of their cars and receive a ticket or something. And then the car would sit there until one of the attendants came, got into it, and drive it off. Well, what a better opportunity to watch and see how it's done. So I stood really close, and a guy would come up, open the door, sit in, and I would look for whatever the ritual was. He would turn on a key, and I would pay attention to that. But I knew things were happening down with his feet, and I had no idea what they were, so I got myself in a position ultimately to see what was going on. And I figured out all the things, and after watching for a while, I went and made application for a job somewhere. And they asked me if I could drive. I said yes. And I got in the car. They said, take that car and put it in that place. I got in the car, and I moved that car about 15, 20 feet, okay, and then it started to buck on me, and then I got fired. Didn't get fired, I wasn't even hired, but I got to get out of there. But I learned how not to make the car buck. So the next place I went to, I got to a place, and I was supposed to put the car in this particular slot, but then I didn't have the maneuverability yet. So I made some mistakes and was fired. I kept doing it, learning a little bit at a time.
You kept going to parking lot after
I
parking?
ran through so many parking lots, you have no idea. About the 7th or 8th or 9th parking lot, by now I know what to do. Mind you, I don't have the expertise, but I know what to do with my feet, and I know how to touch the brakes so that they don't. And I know what to do with this. I had the shifting down on certain cars, but I didn't have the shifting down on the regular kind of shift that you, yeah. So anyway, long story short, I did that often enough that I actually learned to drive. I was never, ever able to hold a job as a parking attendant because I obviously didn't know how to do it expertly, to zip in and back up and do all that stuff. But I learned to drive that way, and I had to go on elsewhere to find employment for survival's sake.
And the other thing I wanted you to tell about was trying to leave Miami by train. That no matter how far you went, that you always found yourself in Miami again before you managed to get a job and get out of there.
Well, I tried to get out of Miami many times by train, by hoboing, by hopping the freight. I did hop the freight many times, but I didn't know where they were heading, and I often wound up the line, upstate Florida, in Tampa or Palm Beach or someplace like that. And the freight would be side-tracked on a siding somewhere and left. And I would have to, one or two instances, I had to walk in search of the nearest town because it was a sidetrack out of town. I made many attempts to get out of Florida. I had no money to do it with, so I decided to take the freight train. But it was more than that. I mean, I was by then influenced somewhat by motion pictures. You know, I'd seen so many of them in Nassau that taking the freight train was, I saw that on the screen, and it seemed to me as good a way to travel as any if you didn't have any money. But eventually I got a job to go to the mountains in Georgia to work, and they gave me a ticket, a bus ticket, and I went to this place in Georgia, and I worked in a kitchen in the mountains.
But also explain that your frame of reference on a place was like Nassau. So you always thought you'd be in another state if you got on the train.
Well, I knew America was a big place, obviously, but I didn't know that Florida is a very long state. I mean, from Miami to Jacksonville is a long way. Certainly from Miami to Atlanta, Georgia was a long way. I went from Miami to Atlanta by bus to this job in the mountains. And then when I got to Atlanta, I had to change buses and take another bus up into the mountains. The distances was also a surprise to me. And when I left the mountains and headed for New York at the end of a summer during which I had worked and saved $39 and decided I was going to go on to New York was quite a ways away. I had no idea that it would take a day and a night and part of the next day to finally get there.
Why did you leave Cyril and his family and go on your own? I mean, how old were you when you were really on your own in Miami?
Oh, I was on my way. I was past 15. I was on my way to 16, or close to it. Why I left my brother Cyril's house? I had the world. The world was open to me. I didn't like Miami. I didn't adjust to the segregation stuff, and I went out into the world. I thought it best for me to go out into the world. I had to go out into the world. But you see, I was curious, and my curiosity drove me. I had to go out. I didn't like Miami, so I had to go elsewhere. And elsewhere meant wherever I could go. And if it was not terrific there, I would find someplace else to go. I was looking for comfort. I was looking for safety. I was looking for ease. I'd look a long time, but I didn't know that. And I just went out into the world. And New York was out into the world.
Were you always sure that you would find a job that you could, earn? Now, was there any ever fear mixed with all this curiosity?
I never feared survival, because this was during the war, and getting a job was not that difficult. The jobs that I found most suited to me were dishwashing jobs, because I would get meals. I would earn a salary, but I would have at least 2 meals per day while I worked. And I kind of, got into that. But I never feared. I knew what the society was. I knew myself, but I didn't fear. The segregation in Miami. You see, I left Miami long before any of that stuff began to just be heavy over my head. I didn't like Miami, and I wanted to get away from there. The slot made itself very evident to me. Here's where you will be. And I said no. And I wanted out. And I left. I went to work in Georgia. When I came down from the mountains at the end of the summer, I went to New York. And in New York, I found a kind of safety, because there was this large black community there. And I was arrested by the phenomenal energy of the city. I just was occupied by it, not fearful. If I was fearful, I wouldn't have left Miami. If I was really fearful,
I wouldn't have left Cyril.
I wouldn't have left Cyril. I would have stayed there. But never was there enough concern about fear to alter wherever my curiosity was leading me. I went. Now, mind you, I could have gotten killed anywhere along the line, because that's how some places were. Some places were. I walked through more threatening situations than I was aware of. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. It was really looking back on it that you saw.
Looking back on it, I saw the dimensions of some of those situations. But even when they were there, I mean, I knew what a bad situation was for me. But I could handle bad situations. I mean, unless they came upon me suddenly, and I'm overwhelmed by the suddenness of it. But ordinarily, I could smell out circumstances that needed to be avoided, or such things as I could do to neutralize them. You know, I had that ability from living in the Bahamas. I mean, I lived on Cat Island, and I lived here in Nassau, and I knew Nassau. I first became aware of class, what the class system was in Nassau. I learned about class here, because everywhere I went, there was class was saying to me, things are different here. What you're used to is not what you're going to find here. That's what class is. And what you will find here is what you will have to accommodate yourself to. But even at a young age, I could smell that. Therefore, when I went to the States, I was able to smell slots, class, segregation, discrimination, unfairness. All of these were signposts that were no strangers to me, you see. So, if one seemed too close for comfort, I at least instinctually knew how to just slide out of its range as best I could, or move around it and on my journey. So it isn't that I was oblivious of all that was there. I certainly was of some of the specifics, like if, for instance, I got caught in a civil disturbance in New York City once, and the cops were firing guns and people were scattering and stuff and so. Now, if something like that happens, it's out of the ordinary, and it's unexpected, and I could have gotten killed. But generally, I was able to sense that, what was heading my way.
Why was it that you didn't get back in touch with your family for 8 years?
Why was it I didn't get back in touch with my family for 8 years? Simple. In the Bahamas, as was the case in most Caribbean countries, when you leave for America, you are leaving for a place where the streets are paved with gold. Mm-hmm. Mm. And when you arrive in a place where it is thought the streets are paved with gold, if you come, and most people do come from very poor families, it is expected that you would gather up gold and send it home to help the family in their survival efforts. That was very strong in me because my father's situation was very bad. And it was tough. And I was very young, and I expected that I would be able to help them. When I got to working in the United States, I suddenly found myself between trying to maneuver between need and want in a new society where there was plenty of everything. The discipline necessary to function within the narrow channel between want and need was more than my age appropriateness could handle, you know?
Yeah.
Can you repeat? You hit your microphone.
It was more than my age appropriateness could handle. So when I earned $20 or $26 from my dishwashing, the power of want overwhelmed me. Here I am, I've got $26, 7 of which is going to go for rent. But I could buy a pair of pants if I paid down $1 a week for such and such a time. I could do this, I could do that. Mind you, it wasn't a lot, but I had this $24. On the other side of my want were my needs. Had I concentrated on need, I might have been able to send home $1 from time to time. I wasn't old enough nor disciplined enough. And it seemed to me, if you have nothing to put in the envelope. So, with that being the case, month after month fell away, and over time it became a habit, and eventually it became too late. What do you say? What is your excuse? So the 8 years were years of growing up, of assuming manhood and its burdens too early. When I came back, I was a young man, still a young man.
Be honest in the comments. What for you defines a manhood?
But I was a man. And I came back because I was a movie actor by then. And I had made a film, and I had earned what to me was an incredible amount of money. I earned $750 a week for 4 weeks. And then I had enough gold. Instead of sending it, I thought I'd take it. And I came home.
So what was that experience like? What movie was it, and what was that?
The movie was called No Way Out, as a matter of fact, at 20th Century Fox. My first job as a film actor. It starred Richard Widmark and Linda Darnell. Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee were in it.
It was a good movie.
Dutch Johnson. It's a pretty good movie. And I came back to Nassau after that, just for a visit so that I could see my folks again. But I was able to bring some gold with me. You know, you don't know how much it meant both ways. There is the self-disgust that you couldn't manage in 8 years to accumulate any monies to send home, on the one hand, and then the joy and the pleasure on the other hand, having suddenly earned this $3,000 after you've paid your taxes and agency fees. You're still left with a considerable amount. I was able to go home, and I came home. It was the first time in 8 years.
Wait till that guy goes. Describe your homecoming. Describe coming to the house.
I got off the plane, and it was evening. I took a taxi. I told the cabbie where I was going, and he took me to DeVoe Street, to my home. I got out, I paid him, he took off, and I had my little suitcase. And there was a light in the window of the kitchen. And I headed towards the light, and I got to the window, which was propped open with a stick. And I heard voices. It was my mom and my dad. And they were sitting at the table. I peeked in. They were talking, just the two of them, as they always did. And I just stood there listening to them for about 2 minutes, just listening to them. And then I decided to enter. I walked past the window, around to the back of the kitchen, to the door, which was open, and I stepped in. And they looked up, and they saw me with this little suitcase that I was carrying. And they looked, then they looked at each other, and back to me. And my mother said, "Kermit?" And I said nothing. Kermit is the oldest, was.
Describe for us the first time you arrived home after you left.
Then the oldest son of my brother Cyril, who lived in Miami. And I said nothing. And my father chuckled a little, and he looked at my mother, puzzled, both of them, absolutely puzzled. I said nothing. I'm looking at them. And out of somewhere, it struck my mother, and she screamed, and she leaped up from the table, and she just threw herself through the air right on top of me, and she grabbed a hold of me, and she hugged me, and both of her arms were behind me by now. And she was holding on to me, and she was beating my back like that with her hands. And it was some time. It was some time. And my father was very happy. He was all smiles and giggling and clapping and stuff. And my mother told me all the things, still holding on to me, mind you, all the things that had transpired with her, how she thought I was dead. And she always prayed, she said, for a sign. She said she wanted to know if I was or not.
If you were what?
Dead. And dear, she wouldn't let go of me, so I had to kind of walk with her on top of me, and we kind of sat down together. And then my father said, "Evelyn, get the boy something to eat."
So she alternatively hugged you and hit you.
Mm-hmm.
Beat you and say, "Why didn't you get in touch with me?"
Oh,
Why
what
did she say?
Well, she chastised me pretty good for not being in touch and that's stuff like that. And she let me know, and she was always a woman who spoke her mind, and to her. She let me know that I wasn't really, that I shouldn't have done it. And but the occasion was such that I think
Sorry.
I escaped that. I dodged that bullet a little bit. That was some homecoming, I'll tell you. It was some homecoming for me. And they had no idea where I'd been, what I'd been doing, and the fact that I had just finished making a movie was, they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it because they were not moviegoers. They couldn't understand what that meant, and they didn't try. I mean, it was like a blank stare, and they would nod and say, "Oh, that's nice," not knowing what it meant, you know. So that's the way it was with my mom and me when I came back after 8 years.
And what was the problem about showing No Way Out here?
When the picture was...
Got to get some... Are you hearing my stomach talk?
No, he's...
It's not in his thing?
I just want to close this down the door.
Ready?
So what was the situation with showing your movie?
My movie was persona non grata here by the movie censors. They wouldn't allow it in the country for colonial and racial reasons. There was nothing about the film that was salacious. It was quite a good film, but this country had not had that experience of having one of its citizens a film actor and playing a principal part in a film. They perceived it as propaganda unbecoming their colonial disposition.
Let her shut the door first.
So the film, they didn't want to show it. There were Bahamians who said that you have to show it. So they just challenged the censor board, and they relented.
Which Bahamians?
Well, the black Bahamians principally. And they showed it. They showed the film. See, there was a censor board here that determined what films not to be shown. The films that they did show almost never had any black people in them. And if in fact they did, they were in positions of subserviency. Those were fine, but the kind of parts I played, they perceived them as threats for whatever reason, and they were all geared up to ban my picture, my first movie.
Be honest in the comments. Why do you think they deemed the characters he played in the movies as a threat?
Just because you were in it and playing the lead.
Just because I was playing the lead. Just because I was in it and playing the principal part.
And because you weren't a convict and you weren't the bad guy?
I was like they were unaccustomed to. So
who showed it?
First, the censor board had to be convinced to back down, and it did. Then the local theater had to screen it, and the local manager of that theater, which was a theater in the black community, one of three that we could go to, He was a black Bahamian manager, and he knew my folks, so he invited my parents and the family to come and see the movie on the opening night.
And what was it like for your mother?
Well, for my mom, it was a kind of a traumatic experience, because the picture was a picture about, I was a doctor in a hospital, and Richard Widmark accused me of being responsible for his brother's death. His brother they were both criminals, and he was going to get his revenge on me, and at the end, he got me in the basement, and he pistol whipped me with a gun. His intent was to do that before he shot me. And he is beating on me with this, my mom, who is not a moviegoer. She jumped up in the theater and she said, "Hit him back, Sidney, hit him back, hit him back." Well, that's my mother. I mean, that's the way she was, and also not accustomed to movies. She didn't know that it was a movie, and she was so wrapped up in what was going on that was her response. She wanted me to hit him back,
And that's what had happened to you in America. Was probably she thought that's what had happened to you.
Yeah, she saw it as real, and that was her reaction. That was her response for me to hit him back.
Then you began coming back regularly and eventually built a home on Winton Highway. Did you want your daughters to have a sense of Bahamian identity and to know this family here?
Yeah, certainly. I wanted my daughters to have a sense of the Bahamas, a sense of the family here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I built the house. Yeah.
And do they?
Sure they do. Yes.
When did you become a national hero?
When did I become a national hero?
Yeah.
Wow. You characterize me as a national hero?
Well, Sidney, one only has to see you on the streets or in the church or whatever to see that you are the most recognizable figure and so close. I mean, it's not like you're a distant figure.
Let me know in the comments, do you look at Sidney Poitier as a national hero?
Here, it's like you're a member of the family who they love and revere.
I am a film actor, and there is a response here to that. National hero are men like Kendall Isaacs and Cecil Wallace Whitfield and Lyndon Pindling and many others. They're Milo Butler that I mentioned to you before, and Mr. Bain. They're national heroes of the Bahamas. I'm a movie actor who is a Bahamian with Bahamian roots. But they respond to me in that context, which is great. I love it. I mean, I'm well known and well received and well respected here for what I do. What I do evokes from them an appreciation and a respect. That's the truth of it. National hero, no.
It's not just a question of you being an actor. I mean, and we certainly are not going into this section of it now. You know, we will later. But it was a question of you establishing a men of dignity and outrage and humanity in a way that nobody has was ever allowed to do so before. You were the one who went out ahead and did it. And so no, it was not just you as an actor, it was you as this person from the Bahamas who had that sense of purpose that people relate to.
Well, if you are right, they relate to those qualities they see in characters I've played. Okay, I'll buy that. I take some responsibility for the selection of the characters I play. So there is some dovetailing of one to the other, and yeah, okay, that's fine. But national hero, no. I like the reception I get when I'm home, because what I'm getting is the concurrence of my fellows. Do you know what I mean? It's I'm.
Let me know in the comments, what was your favorite Sidney Poitier movie?
I'm offered their appreciation, and I'm offered they're saying, I like what you've done, or I thank you for bringing me a moment or two from time to time of enjoyment, and that's great. I take that, and I accept it quickly, wholeheartedly. I accept it. National hero is a broader, deeper, wider term, and this is a politically conscious community, and the big heroes in this community are the ones who were instrumental in bringing the country to independence. They are the ones. I might have made contributions along the way, large or small, but the truth is the national heroes here that are the current among the young ones, for instance, are the young men who are trying to preserve what they perceive as their Bahamian culture, trying to keep it from being too obscured by the enormous presence of another culture close by and the intrusion or the inclusion of images from another culture coming in via electronically displayed television, simply put. You know, it's a struggle still. It's a struggle still. We are a community here. We offer our best to those who wish to come for a vacation, for a rest, for a honeymoon, for a visit to enjoy what we have here. But too, you know, we are in the modern world, and we have problems that are commensurate with the rest of the modern world. And those questions have to be addressed. And there are young people trying to address them. And so we have, following the generation that brought us independence, we have youngsters who are trying to take us farther and make us stronger, and doing that. Those are the national heroes. I come for an occasional visit. I have this responsibility as ambassador to Japan from the Bahamas that requires me to function on behalf of the country, and I do that with pleasure. But it is my celebrity that makes that a useful activity on the country's behalf. I am aware of that. I offer it with great pride, because my mother and my father, my sisters and my brothers are all Bahamians. And this country is much a part of me as is America. And I was born there. And I am fundamentally an American.
Fundamentally an American?
Mm-hmm. Fundamentally an American because my years subsequent to my departure, you're talking about almost 60 years. That I lived with an American sensibility. I lived as an American in America, and I live with all of the attendant influences of race and class and position and economics and education and all those, whatever those things meant. I became a part of all of that stuff, you know. So I am an American. I am also a Bahamian, and there is no law that I adhere to that says differently. I mean, I am in my guts an American, and my guts I'm a Bahamian.
Do you look at yourself just as an American, or do you look at yourself as more than American? Let me know in the comments.
I don't think there is any conflict in that, because that's what I am. I mean, 60 years in America, or close to 60 years in America, and those 10 and a half years here. That's what I'm made of. I'm made of American and Bahamian stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's your stuff.
Yeah.
How did this ambassadorship come about? How did you involve yourself with the social structure and with politics?
Well, the ambassadorship was the idea of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Hubert Ingram, and of course I suspect he had the concurrence of his fellows in that regard. The approach was made to me, and I thought about it, and I said, yes, of course, I would. If I can be of service to the country in that regard, I would be honored. And they did. They submitted me to the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs as its ambassador. Arrangements were made for me to come to Japan and make my credentials, present my credentials to the emperor. I did. I went to Japan. I presented my credentials to the Emperor of Japan. He received me, accepted my credentials, and I was officially a representative from the Bahamas to Japan. And I have had certain duties that are quite real, and I've been busy attending them, and it's wonderful. The fact that I am a fairly well-known person helps a lot in the job and to the benefit of the country. So it's wonderful. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in the Bahamas makes sure that I am up to speed on all the questions relating to the relationship between ourselves and Japan. And whenever I am in need of the necessary advisement or briefing, I will come down and so be briefed, or someone will brief me in New York, and I would get on a plane with whomever is accompanying me from the ministry, and we go to Japan and do the business of the country and come back. That essentially is what I do as ambassador. But I'm sure I am mindful, certainly, of the effects that my being the ambassador might have on helping the image of our country in terms of what we do here. What we do is we are a tourist-oriented society, and we wish to have more Japanese, as we do more people from any other culture, come and visit and take part in what we have to offer. So I'm mindful of that, and that's wonderful with me.
The Japanese had invested heavily in Hawaii. I mean, it became almost a Japanese island in a certain sense. And then when they started to get into financial difficulty, there was like a pulling out from the island. How does their financial problem affect your approach to them?
Their financial problem, first of all, their financial problem is going to be a temporary problem in time. But the relationship with Japan and us is a relationship that's based on our desire to have the relationship itself deepen and broaden and to include many other aspects. Right now, it includes some aspects of agriculture. We have an agricultural product that we would like very much to have the Japanese buy. They are very fond of it, very, very fond of it, and we're in the process of enhancing that aspect of our relationship. Of
what
course,
is it?
Grapefruit. We have a fantastic grapefruit that we grow in the Bahamas, and we export that grapefruit. We have many. We are the 5th or 6th largest ship registration country in the world. We want to enhance that. We want to increase the number of ships that are registered under our flag. There's the question of tourism. However many more Japanese we can encourage to come and visit with us as tourists, that's a part of our program. Investments here in the Bahamas by the Japanese nationals, Japanese corporations, is another part of the portfolio. We have wonderful investment opportunities here. The Japanese are interested, as are many people in Hong Kong, with what we can do and offer to their businesses as a transshipment port. For instance, in Freeport, Grand Bahama, we have a transshipment port that is called the Whampoa Transshipment. That's an enormous conglomerate in Hong Kong, and they deal with moving goods to South America, moving goods to the eastern seaboard of the United States, etc. And they have this transshipment port that is absolutely extraordinary up in Freeport. I visited it, and it is a huge bit of industrial inclusion for our country. And everywhere you look, there are opportunities for Japan and the Bahamas to enhance their relationship. I am the instrument, or one of the instruments, that is being used to that end. Diplomacy is an activity that can be learned largely, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have been been sculpting me and helping me to know and to understand. In the meantime, I come with a celebrity that does have an effect, maybe not much, but at least gets us noticed sometimes in areas where it's important.
And you must, when you come back here, have a sense of an arc of your life, starting out as, tomato farming and ending up here as an ambassador for your country. That this journey you've gone on has been an extraordinary event, catapulting you into extraordinary new adventures.
New adventures. New adventures. Yeah, well, my journey has been an adventure, and the being an ambassador is a part of the adventure, and stuff. I don't stop long to evaluate or to take stock of it. I mean, it's so much of it has happened that I didn't engineer, so I don't, and I know that I didn't do it all by myself. This journey was a collective effort. Nature and God and me and lots of good people whose paths I've crossed, and all kinds of combinations went into the weaving of this journey for all these years. So when I take stock, if ever I do, I first look at that, you see, and that prohibits me from coming up with any ego-oriented conclusions, you know.
The journey is quite a journey, Sidney.
Yeah, but it is a journey with many parts and many energies driving it. Many energies driving it. There is a case that can be made for it having been predetermined, depending on your philosophical point of view, depending on one's religion.
Do you believe that?
I don't disbelieve it because I have no proof, nor am I seeking proof. But objectively speaking, since we don't know if there is anything to the philosophical suggestion that predetermination is a possibility, or whether predetermination is just wishful thinking, there is no evidence substantial enough to come down on either side. So it has to remain in the inactive possibility area. So we put that aside. If you eliminate that for the moment, then how do you explain the journey? If you eliminate that, then you have to say, well, serendipity, chance, luck, and serendipity, chance, luck, the accident of randomness and chaos mixed with all of the other imponderables. That too is possible, you see, and not only in my journey, in every journey. Because if randomness and chaos are ingredients in nature itself, and they are, at least we've been able to nail that down through science. then not only does it exist, or could it exist, it's just in scientific terms, as it does, for instance, in what we call, or what is well known as some subatomic area they call, what do they call it? Anyway, think of it in a minute. But as we look at these areas of imponderables, our best judgment is either, yeah, some of that's possible, or no, some of that's not possible, or none of it's possible, or none of that. We don't know. But what we do know is that logic and reason, which is the yardstick we measure everything by, including ourselves, and logic and reason is a tool developed out of trial and error. That's how we conclude that something is likely to happen, is because we've tried and the percentages were. So logic and reason is not an exact science either, but that's the best yardstick we have. And logic and reason tells us that there's a possibility that predetermination might have some influence on where we go and why we turn certain corners at a given time. On the other hand, it might be serendipity and all kinds of other things at play. Never is it exclusively moi. No way for any of us. Not possible. At best, we are a part of a mix, and we come with something, either curiosity or an energy that just drives us in a certain direction. Mm-hmm. We come with something. We make we are a raw material that is included in the process. But the elements that make up that in which we are included can be all kinds of elements, some tangible, some not, some physical, some otherwise, and some scientific, etc., etc., etc. And all that mix, if you examine them, none of which we control or even understand. So therefore, for our egos to get in the center of that mix and pass a judgment as to its importance in it, hey, not very useful.
So it has nothing to do with you. You're just a very lucky guy.
I am a lucky guy. I am a lucky guy. You say that flippantly, but it is true.
In your life, due to luck or knowledge, or what is it?
I am a lucky guy. I'm a lucky guy, among other things. I'm a lucky guy who was curious. You see, I'm a lucky guy who was able to stay the course in terms of what he wanted to do, what he wanted to see. But there are guys who were not lucky who stayed the course as well.
That's true.
You see, and there are guys who were curious and stayed the course and were not lucky. So the valuation has to be without ego, without self-interest, because otherwise it's a disrespect of those elements that were absolutely indispensable to whatever you perceive as your successful journey. You know, you leave room. I mean, I think giving the ego its due is okay, you know, but don't build any altar to it. You know, gets in the way.
Talk about being knighted. How did that come about, and what's the process?
I don't altogether know the specifics of how the process operates, but I do know
What process?
knighthood. I was knighted by the Queen here in the Bahamas. Not that she came here, but it is the ritual is performed here on her behalf. I was suggested for knighthood by Lyndon Pinling. We were very, very close friends from when we were both very young here in Nassau. As a matter of fact, when I first came to Nassau, I met him. He was one of the guys near the Ross Corner area because he lived just a block away. He and his fellows placed me on a list, I suppose, and that's how it eventually happened. I can't tell you much more about it. I have the whatever they give you, and whatever you put up here and stuff. But I felt honored by that because it is handed to people who have been in some way useful. And so I appreciate that coming from the country and from the leadership of the country.
In a very active way, you saw your country change to majority rule in 1967 and gain full independence in 1973. Talk about that. And I think we have talked about that, though. I think to an extent we have. And add, I know that your most important relationship was with Sir Kendall Isaacs. Tell me about him, his stature, and his role in your friendship.
Well, Kendall Isaacs was a very good friend of mine, old friend. I remember he used to go to school up where I went to school, in the eastern part of the island. When I first saw him, as a matter of fact, I saw him playing football, soccer on the Eastern Parade Ground. He was such a terrific athlete and a very cool-looking kid. I mean, he was really always splendidly well-dressed and very well contained in personality-wise.
Was he a middle-class kid?
Middle-class kid, very well-reared kid, wonderful manners, very smart, very smart. And he was, when I got to know him well, we came from kind of different sides of the tracks. Mm-hmm. And for a long time I admired him from a distance because he had a kind of carriage and a kind of way about him that I rather liked. And years later, when I became an actor and stuff, our paths would cross again several times, and slowly we became very, very close friends. And he was a pleasure. An absolute pleasure. And there were other guys I had, friends.
Well, before we leave, Sir Kendall, was he instrumental in gaining independence? Or
of course, he was instrumental in gaining independence. He was instrumental in gaining independence, as was most of the people on the island. I mean, they had to vote for the PLP. They had to vote, and the PLP at that time was the standard bearer of the hopes and dreams of of the Bahamian people, of the native Bahamian people. Kendall was no different from those people. He wanted to see this country independent. He wanted to see all of the benefits that were brought to this country by independence. And but he was principally he was an intellect. He was an exquisite man of letters and the law. And his whole life he remained thus until he died. But he also was a member of the opposition at one time, and he functioned quite effectively as that. And he brought to the process of democracy an undeniable clarity and the power of having a democracy in which there is a tireless, strong, and committed opposition force.
What do you mean by opposition?
Opposition. The Democrats are presently the opposition in the House in America, for instance. Two parties that form the foundation of the democracy, as it did here in this country, was supposed to do here in this country in the old days before the PLP won the election. But then the fair participation of the majority of Bahamian people in their own destiny was possible after the victory of the PLP. And Kendall Isaacs, in that period and in the subsequent period when he became a member of the opposition party, became the head of the opposition party, as a matter of fact, he functioned in a way that kept focus on what was absolutely necessary to nurture and to strengthen the democratic process, and also to keep the incumbency aware of what the aspirations of the community are. He was very good at that, and he became an icon in the country. So
what was it about him that inspired you so?
He was, I suppose, his passion for learning, his passion for fairness, his passion, his stick-to-itiveness. He pursued politics when politics was not the core of himself. With other guys, politics was, they were experienced at it, they loved it, and they pursued it as politicians. He was essentially other things, you know. He was a scholar, and he was extremely well-read, not just in the law, but he was well-read in philosophy and in other areas of life. He was just kind of a Renaissance guy, you know. He just knew so much.
And what did you get out personally of your friendship with him?
When you sit down with a guy like Kendall Isaacs to discuss a question, you can feel absolutely free to go in any direction on a question. He was always, to my knowledge, able to deal deeper than the cosmetic appearance on any issue. That's how well learned he was. That's how well read he was. And I find that stimulating because I am curious. He's had a deeper education than I ever was able to get. I admired what he knew, and I liked to be exposed to that mind and the things that came out of it. By the same token, we were able to play golf together, we were able to play tennis together, we were able to spend time together and just be a couple of regular guys doing tennis or doing golf or talking about trivial, unimportant things. That's the kind of friend he was. He was had an all-around impact on me. And I miss him.
Where were you when he died?
I was in South Africa.
When?
I came here for his funeral. Good man he was. Good man. Did wonderfully well by his country, and he was given a national hero's funeral. He was given such a magnificent funeral.
Did you speak?
I said some words, yes. Yes.
Okay. And one who can be a buddy and be an intellect like that, totally rare.
And that's what he was, He was rare. He was totally rare. He was... and he could laugh easily and self-deprecating. He would tell jokes on himself. And had a great confidence
in himself.
In himself, but also in his wife.
In his wife?
Yeah. He was Patsy Isaacs. He was when he was ill, and as the disease progressed, she was early in her life a nurse. And the degree to which he just completely turned himself over to her was so... Oh boy, it was touching. It was just touching.
Don't you think that there is a kind of terrible unfairness in a man with that kind of brain and that kind of knowledge to be hit with Alzheimer's?
Do I think it's an unfairness?
An incredible,
You're asking a question that puts me in the position of judgeship. I think to be
ironic, awful,
ironic, applicable, yes. But to have had that kind of life, to have had that kind of intellect, to have understood as much as he understood, and to have that kind of curiosity. He was already blessed, you see. And the Alzheimer's took his life at the age of 73 or 4. So he had a lot of years when his mind was as sharp and as quick and as probing as ever, So we weigh that against the onslaught of Alzheimer's, which killed him after a few years. I mean, there is no trade-off. There is no real trade-off there, because what he was a gift, you know. If the Alzheimer's took 5 years to kill him, he had 69 great years. And of those 69 great years, he was useful to his country. He was certainly a joy to his friends and his family. And in the history of the Bahamas, Kendall Isaacs will have a place. If we all go like that, however it is, if we leave behind us that kind of journey that will be remembered and appreciated, what takes us out is not really so much the matter.
We have listened to a great story about the life and career of Sidney Poitier. Has anyone ever visited the Bahamas before it got its independence and after? I would love to know the difference. And the interviewer didn't ask Sidney this question, so I'm going to ask you. Let me know in the comments, how do you think he will want to be best remembered?
Why was I sent there? I was sent there because my father thought that I had arrived at a point where I had slipped out of his control. I was 13, 14, 15-ish, and I was the last of his children. He was getting on in years, and to hang on to a kid who was running and living fast with friends and stuff, I was getting into trouble. And the kind of trouble that one would get into in the Bahamas, in Nassau, at that time, was the kind of trouble that was punishable by reform school. And reform school, almost, it didn't matter how old you were. Once you got in there, they didn't let you out until you were 18. So my dad sort of saw me 4 or 5 years being put away, and he thought that I should be not exposed to that. So he wrote to my older brother, my oldest brother, as a matter of fact. He lived in Florida. And he said to him that Sidney is at a place where it's very difficult to manage him, and I wondered if it would be possible for you to receive him in Miami and try to put him in school. Because I had quit school in Nassau to go to work, you see. I was working at the age of 12 and a half, and I was, my salary was essential to the family's survival. And when I was or was not working, I was running with a group of guys who were imaginative. And so my dad thought he'd try to salvage me, and so he wrote to my brother, and my brother sent him $10, with which he took me to the American embassy in Nassau and got for me an American passport, because I was born in Florida on a trip he and my mother had made some 14 years before to sell their tomato produce from their farming. He always knew that the accident of my birth in America was could be an advantage, and that's why he wrote to my brother and said that could you send for him? He is an American citizen, and as such he could get out of this environment that was about to kind of grab hold of him. So my brother sent the $10 and my father got me a passport. And he took me down to the boat on the day that I left. And he put me on it. And he said, "Take care of yourself, son." Yeah. Anyway, I went to Miami. My brother was at the boat to pick me up.
And what was your first impression of this?
Oh, my first impression, I'd never seen things like that. I had never seen ships so big in the harbor. I'd never seen buildings so tall, never. And in Florida, comparably speaking, later on, I would see buildings infinitely taller than that, but I'd never seen buildings that tall. And the land area was vast. I mean, it took a long time to get from the waterfront to where he lived. And there were so many people and cars and stuff and things. It was really mind-boggling for a kid who had just seen a car when he went to Nassau a few years before. Everything was new. All kinds of remarkable things were new to me there. Also new to me was the way the society was structured. You know, you had segregation in Miami, very intense. You had racial lines and economic lines and class lines and stuff like that, and people who were party to it had all accepted it. That's the way it was. Whomever was involved in it, that's the way it was. It had been for them as had been for their parents and all the preceding generations that they could remember. For me, it was new, but really new. There was some of it in the Bahamas, but nowhere near as intense as it was in Florida.
So when you were delivering, you had a job of delivering, and you ended up on the wrong street.
I ended up not on the wrong street. I ended up on Miami Beach, actually, and I ended up on the correct street at the correct address. I was a delivery. I was a delivery boy.
Say it without
Yeah.
me interrupting.
I was a delivery boy. I delivered medication, whatever was ordered from the drugstore. It was a drugstore called the Burdine's department store, drug department or something. Anyway, I was sent to Miami Beach to deliver this package to this particular house, and I went there, and I noted the address, and it was the same address as was on my instructions, so I walked up and I rang the bell, and a lady came to the door, a white lady came to the door, and she opened it, and she said, before I could speak, she said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I came to deliver this package to you, ma'am." And she said, "Get around to the back door." I said, "But you're here, and here's the package." And she said, "Get around to the back door." Bam! And the door was slammed in my face. I couldn't understand that, really. I figured, I was a kid, mind you, and I'm new to this new value system. I figured she was standing there, here I am, respectfully, I passed her the package as I was supposed to do. That's my job, to bring her and she wants me to go. It was a pretty big house, so around the back was quite a ways. You know, all you have to do is accept the package. But that was tradition, and I didn't quite know that.
Were you aware of why she wanted you to go to the back door?
No, I didn't. You see, that's what I mean. It was, I didn't know why. But I learned later, that's the tradition. That's the value. That's the way things were done there. So, not knowing what the tradition was, and had I known, I probably wouldn't have abided by it. I thought that I'm here, and here is the package. She didn't choose to take it, So I sat it at the door, at the front door, and I left. Well, a couple of nights later, I go home to my brother's house. I was out somewhere. And as I approach the house, it's dark, no lights anywhere, you know. And I walk up to the front door, and as I went in, my sister-in-law grabbed me and pulled me in and threw me to the floor. I didn't know what was going on. And they were whispering, saying, wanted to know what I had done. And I said, done? I've not done anything. And she said that the Klan was here looking for you. And I said, oh? And she said, were you on Miami Beach? And, you know, one thing led to another. And I explained what the situation was. And apparently they had been visited. Well, it was such a shock to them that I was very quickly, my belongings were gathered, and I was, in the middle of the night, transferred to a relative in another part of Miami. And so I went, and that's where I stayed until I left Florida.
What was the situation also with that sheriff's group? Where you were also in the wrong neighborhood.
That thing with the there came a time when I had really elected as the only way for me to go, to get out of Miami, just to get out. And I had no money, but I started trying to take a freight train. I took many, and I got as far as Tampa, Florida, or Deerfield, or someplace up the line going towards Georgia. And I would wake up in the freight train, in some boxcar of a freight train that had arrived someplace, and they put it on a sidetrack, and there it sat. And I would wake up, and I'm on this sidetrack. I don't know where I am. It is not in the city, so I would look for in the direction of where there would be lights coming, and I would find some light, and I would walk to it and find myself in Tampa or some other place. I remembered once that I was picked up by the cops, and they took me to the local police station, and they called my brother. And he acknowledged that he had a brother and that stuff, and they were satisfied with that, and he had to come up and get me. So he came up on a bus and took me down all the way back to Florida, to Miami. He gave me a lecture about his being a father, and he has other children and a family and all that, and he has responsibilities, and he cannot really attend to my rearing as he would like to, and therefore I have to be more responsible, etc., etc., etc. But I still wanted to get out of town. I just had to get out of Miami. When I had accumulated enough money by whatever means, and it was quite legitimate, I worked somewhere, I picked up a few bucks, I had a few items of clothing in a place, in a dry cleaning plant. I went to the dry cleaners to pick it up, and they said that they had not returned. I then decided I want to get out so badly, I will go to the plant and get my clothing there, pay for it. And the dry cleaning guy said, it's okay if you go. And he gave me the numbers that I would give the people there, and they would find my clothing. I went to this place. It was dark. Night was falling, you know. I got there, they looked for the stuff, it was not ready. And they said it was not ready, so on, so on, so on, so on. So I have to go all the way back now and wait another day before I can get out of Florida. So I'm on my way back, but the buses stopped running. No buses are running. It's in a white neighborhood. And I'm a long way from home. So I decided that I would hitchhike. I waited as long as I could for a bus, and then I found that they were not running. So I kept looking at cars going in the direction of what was then referred to as Colored Town. And every car that passed, I would see whether there were blacks in the car or not. If there were, I would thumb. If they were not, I would wait, and when I recognized an automobile with black occupants, I would thumb. Along comes a car. And it seemed to me to be black occupants. And I started to thumb. And the car came over and stopped. As soon as it stopped, I realized it was a car, it was actually a police car, unmarked, with 4 policemen, white, in the car. Anyway, they said to one guy sitting in the passenger seat front, said to me, he said, what are you doing? And I said, just trying to get back to home. The buses stopped running. He said, you see that alley over there? You go up in that alley. Go up in there. So I went up into the alley, and they backed the car. Do I have to tell you about this? They backed the car up, and the guy in the passenger seat rolled the window, and his hand came up with a gun. And he just beckoned me with the gun like that, and I leaned towards the window, and he put the gun right there. And he started doing that with the muzzle of the gun. And they started asking me questions. They wanted to know where I was from, and who told me to come over here, and how the situation was that I was here after dark, and all stuff like that. Well,
Me in the comments, can you imagine things like this happening to you?
I wasn't as frightened as would have been to their taste. So the questions got meaner and more threatening and stuff. Anyway, behind the wheel was, I suppose, the person of authority, because he said, the guy with the gun said, what should we do with this kid? And he didn't use the word kid. And the guy behind the wheel said, let me ask you a question. And he said, if we let you go, do you think you could walk all the way home without looking back? I said, yes. He said, all right. He said, I want you to turn away and start walking home. We're going to be right behind you. He said, if you look back, we're going to shoot you. So, I started walking. I got to the end of this alley that emptied onto this main street where I was hitchhiking, and I made a right turn. And along the street were stores that were closed, but they had glass windows. And by shifting my eyes to the right, I could see reflections of the police car creeping behind me. I was 50 blocks away from where I lived. And they stayed right behind me. I lived on 3rd Street. And then at 3rd Street, I turned the corner, heading toward the house, and the police car accelerated and went on about its business.
What did that do to you, that experience?
It made me pretty angry, but there is a combination. There is some fear, obviously. But you see, I was not accustomed to being that kind of afraid of white people. I was as much angry as I was afraid, because I thought that they were going to shoot me, but they needed to do something that would justify the behavior. That was in my mind. I thought it was an unfair situation, you know, because to treat someone like that was just peculiar. Now, it would take me years to get to understand how such a value could be cultivated in an adult person, you see. I was 15 years old. So what racism was in America then, what segregation had wrought then, what the state of things were then, it was a long time in the making. And these cops had no understanding of the dynamics of their behavior, really. They really didn't. I suppose they must have been trained to behave that way. And they have seen other people behave that way. And it had grown to be an accepted behavior under such circumstances, so that they could come to it with such ease. Amazed me. Amazed me. Luckily for me, on the other side of the coin, I was not raised in Florida. Had I been
On the comments from the story and his experience that he's talking about, what are your thoughts?
raised in Florida, the desired effect would have been instant. You know, I would have been sufficiently afraid, as would have been the expectation, and I would have probably behaved in a manner that I probably would have thought would be expected, you know. But I wasn't raised in Florida. I was raised somewhere else. And I had time where I was raised to get a fix on myself. So there you are.
So, from Florida, you went to New York. How did you get to New York?
I first went to Georgia to work in the mountains in a summer resort. And I worked there for the summer months. It's way up in the mountains of Georgia. I don't quite recall Susan, disconnect the phone. You know,
Just pull your
Yeah. Go on, Sidney. Tell me. You went first to Georgia and made enough money there.
I made $39 that I saved in Georgia. I was a dishwasher in Georgia. I was working in the kitchen in this resort area there. And it was wonderful. I was working as a dishwasher all the way at the top of this mountain, and I would come down in the local town at the foot of the mountain where there was a black community, small, and I would get one day per week off, and I would go there, and it would be nice, and then I would go back up and work for another week. And after the summer was done, I had saved $39. I came down. The decision now is what to do, where to go. Certainly Florida was not a possibility. I went to the bus station, Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, and I walked up to a ticket window. And the lady said, where would you like to go? And I said, where is the next bus going? And she said, the next bus is leaving in 10 minutes and is going to Chattanooga, Tennessee. I said, how far is that? And she says, oh, that's a few hours or an hour and a half, whatever it was. I said, when is the next bus going? She said, the next bus is going. And I said, how far is that? And she said, that's 2 hours. I said, and the next bus? And by this time, she's becoming, and she said, where do you want to go? I said, I don't know. I said, and then she said, well, the next bus is going to Philadelphia. The next bus is going to New York. I said, how far is that? And she said, well, you'll ride all day today and all day tomorrow and whatever. I said, I want to go there. So I bought a ticket one way, and I left for New York. And I arrived in New York with $3 in my pocket, because the much of my few $39 got one part of it went for the bus, but there were other dollars I had in a small little valise in my bag in the baggage compartment, and someone rifled through it and took much of the clothing and the few dollars, but I did have $3 in my pocket. So I arrived in New York with $3 in my pocket.
Happily.
Certainly.
And so what was the impression of New York?
Well, I had two impact from New York. The first was the people, just so many people, and buildings, tall buildings, and people were moving on the streets at such a rapid pace, and seemingly everyone was in a hurry. But more than that, there was the other impact was I felt at ease. I felt compatible. I felt okay. Mind you, that might be coming off of stories I might have heard about New York. New York is in the North. The North is different from the South. I heard stories like that. Harlem was in New York. And in Harlem, there was a substantive community. I had heard talk about that. So I suppose I got to New York with expectations that were contrary to what I had experienced in Florida. New York was wonderful. It's just an extraordinary place. Mind you, well, New York was an extraordinary place, but it overwhelmed me very quickly. I mean, it got the better of me. I had some very trying times in New York. Very. Times that I survived, I went to Harlem instantly. I wanted to know how to get there. I wanted to see the place. And I checked my little valise with the remaining items of clothing that I had. And I want to go to Harlem. So I saw... Woo! I saw a black guy going down in a hole. It was some steps going down into the ground. And I said, "Excuse me." And he said, "Yes." I said, "Could you tell me how do I get to Harlem?" He says, "Well, you go right down there and you take a train." I never knew there were trains underground, you know. Anyhow, I went down there and I learned how to put a nickel in the old thing, and I took the subway. I had been told where to get off. I got off at 116th Street. And I was smack in the middle of Harlem. And I walked around for hours, it seemed. And as it got dark, I started looking for a place. Now, I have no idea. I'd never been into a hotel. I never knew what the cost of a hotel was. But I had these $3, by now maybe $2.40 left. And I imagined that maybe I could get a room for $1. And I went to a place, having inquired on the streets. I went to a place, and the cheapest room they had was $3 for the night. So I got back on the subway. I went back down to 50th Street and Fifth Avenue and 8th Avenue. And I walked from 8th Avenue to Broadway and 50th Street. And I saw the most incredible sight I had ever seen to that point in my life. It was nighttime on Broadway, looking south from 50th Street and Broadway. The view was amazing. There were lights of every color you can imagine, and almost all of them formed images, faces. There was a guy with his mouth open, huge figure of a face, and out of it was coming smoke. And there was his hands near his face with a cigarette, 60 feet long, it seemed, you know, and it was smoking and things like that, and images of creatures and people running around on enormous billboards and stuff like that. I had never seen things like that. I never knew light could be used in such a way. It was amazing, you know. So I walked toward it. I just walked down Broadway looking, bumping into people, of course, but looking at all of this massive display of lights and colors and images and stuff like that. And I wound up at 42nd Street. And then I turned just right a little bit, and 42nd Street was this massive array on the right and the left-hand sides of the street of theaters, movie theaters, all movies from Broadway to 8th Avenue, movies, and people. Just off of the corner on 42nd Street and Broadway was a little milkshake stand. And I saw a lot of people just standing there getting milkshakes. I walked up, and I noticed that they had milkshakes and hot dogs. So I ordered a hot dog and I ordered a milkshake. And it was so delightful. I was so full of enthusiasm and energy and interest. And I mean, the excitement was just bubbling in me. And I ate my hot dog, and I'm going back up Broadway with my paper cup of my malted, see? I get to 49th Street and Broadway, and there is a sign in a window that says dishwasher wanted. I'd made note of it, but I wasn't yet ready to release myself from this thing. So I walked up and down Broadway from 50th Street to 42nd Street and back for about 2 hours. Mind you, during the walk back and forth, I'm spending my $2.40, so I wound up busted. About, I don't remember exactly what time it was, but I stepped inside this place at 50th Street, 49th Street, and Broadway. It was called the Turf Bar and Grill. I walked in there, and I said, "You have a sign in the window for dishwasher." And he said, "Oh, yes." And I said, "I'd like to apply." And he said, "Okay." He said, "Come around behind the counter," which I did. He was the barman. And he picked up a trapdoor with stairs leading down into the basement. I went down into the basement. That's where their kitchen was. And they had this monster dishwashing machine. And they hired me on the spot. I didn't know how to operate the machine, but they taught me rather quickly. And I worked there all that night till the wee hours of the morning. And because I was relief for that, because I just came in, they paid me on the spot when I was finished. They gave me $4.11 for the night. They had given me 2 meals as well. And I thought, this will be my salvation. I can work as a dishwasher and receive 2 meals per day or per night. I said, that would be really terrific. And that's what I became. I became a dishwasher, and I became quite good at it. As a matter of fact, that's all I did to sustain myself, was to wash dishes.
And what about your sleeping on the billboard?
Well, you really went into a lot of stuff, didn't you? Your research was better than mine. I slept in a pay toilet at the bus station first. Several nights, as a matter of fact. And then I went to the rooftop of the Brill building. It was like having a penthouse apartment. The elevator operators and the people who worked there never knew that I was sleeping on the rooftop.
In the comments, what do you think about Sidney Poitier's experience?
I would go in, get on the elevator, and I would get off a floor beneath the roof, and I would wait till it was advantageous, and I would just go up the stairs and out on this rooftop. And at night, the view was spectacular, obviously. I used to spread the Journal American down on the floor of the roof and lay on it. That was my bed. And then the winter started gathering. And it was too cold to do that. In the meantime, you wonder how I managed, you know. I managed because I was a block and a half from the bus station where I could go into the John where I used to sleep and do my bird baths and, you know, wash up and be prepared to go to work and stuff like that. But the winter came and it was very difficult.
Was that your first winter in your life?
Oh, yes.
Tell me about it.
How to tell you about the winter? The winter, my first winter was an experience. I had never been, ever in my life, in temperature below maybe 64, 65. 99 and 9/10% of my lifetime were spent in temperatures 78 to 100 and more. But the winter in New York, that first winter, it was something.
You had no clothes.
I had no clothes. I had no gloves. I had no appropriate shoes or socks. I had no scarves. I had nothing. I had summer clothing that I wore in Florida, most of which had been stolen on the bus when I came to New York. My hands would freeze. My lips would freeze. It was cold. It was cold. I saved every penny for about 2 weeks, and I got a room in Harlem for $7 a week. And I was sleeping in the warmth for a while, but then I couldn't maintain the rent, and I was then back on the street for a while. The winter was a teacher. Yeah. It was a tough adjustment getting used to the seasons. It was a tough adjustment. But you do what you have to do, and I did. And in time, I became okay with it.
So when was it that you saw the ad for the theater?
Oh, lots took place before that, but I saw the ad for the American Negro Theater. I was washing dishes, and I was in between jobs. And I used to go to the Amsterdam News, which was a black newspaper then, still is, by the way. I used to go to the Amsterdam News for jobs off of the want ad pages. And one day I'm looking at the want ad page in the Amsterdam News, which said dishwasher wanted, porters wanted, all of those elevator operators and janitors, all those things. And over here to the left was the theatrical page, but I'd never read those newspapers. I never read theatrical pages. When I wanted to go to a movie, I never consulted a newspaper, so I didn't know what a theatrical page was. And here I am staring at a theatrical page. And the one thing that caught my eye on that theatrical page was actors wanted. It was an article about the American Negro Theater wanting actors for its new production. It did not say, actors wanted, we are going to pay you a salary. It just simply said, actors wanted. I presuppose, as if it was a dishwasher, they would pay me a salary. So I decided I'd go take a look-see, and maybe I could do one of those jobs. I go to this place. The American Negro Theater then was located in the basement of the Schomburg Collection, the library of the Schomburg Collection on 35th Street and Lenox Avenue. I went there with my newspaper, and I went to this little door behind the library, and I knocked on the door, and a voice said, "Come in." I walked in, and there was a guy, a huge man, very imposing looking man, and he said, what can I do for you? I said, I read this thing in the paper about actors wanted. He says, are you an actor? I said, yes. He said, okay, come here. And he took me in. And he said, well, where have you been acting? I said, in Florida. Woo! And he asked some questions, and I gave him very quick, off the top of my head answers. And he said, okay, take this script. And he handed me what essentially was a book, but it was soft. I had never seen a script in my life. I didn't know what a script meant. So he passed it to me, and I took it, not knowing what he would say next, and I waited, and he said, go up on the stage and turn to page, and he gave me a page number, and he said, you will read John, and I'll read the other part. We'll play the scene. I said, okay. So I go up on the stage with this script, and I opened it, and I found the page he mentioned, and I opened it. And before I could say anything, he said, take a minute, and just... And before I could say anything, you rolling? And before I could say anything, he said, take a few minutes and read the scene through, and let me know when you're ready. So I said, okay. So I have this script in my hand, and I'm reading what I now know is a scene, and there are two people. I'm John, I suppose, and there's another name somewhere, and underneath that name are words, dialogue for this other person. And I figured, oh, I got this now. John is my stuff. That's what I have to read. And I read this thing. And finally he said, you ready? I said, yes, sir. He said, okay, let's start. Woo! And he said... And I took my script, and I said, so, where are you going to follow? That was the level of my reading. I mean, I had a year and a half in school in Nassau. So my reading was very poor, but I could sort of manage. I was taught in the school I went to that you broke everything down in syllables, you know? And so I would always take 3 words, and I would try to get the sound of the 3 words, and then I would put 3 letters, then I would put the next 3 letters and the next 3 letters. So my reading came out very halting and very disjointed and absolutely no resemblance to an actor. And he hit the ceiling, this man. And he came up on the stage, and he snatched the script out of my hand and grabbed me by the arm, spun me, and with this grip on my arm, started moving me towards the door. And he...
What this man was going through when he heard Sidney Poitier read.
He's talking as he's going. He says, what are you doing wasting people's time? On the way to the door, mind you. He said, why don't you get yourself a job? No, here's what he said, verbatim. He says, why don't you go out and get yourself a job as a dishwasher or something and stop wasting people's time? By then, we're at the door. He opens the door and he says, almost like icing on the cake, he said, and besides, you can't even speak. He was referring to my Caribbean accent, you see. Bam! The door slams behind me. First thing that jumps into my mind, I say, how did he know that I was a dishwasher? What was there about me that made him say, why don't you go out and get yourself a job as a dishwasher? Was there something about me that suggested that? And if there was, what was it? It didn't just come out of his head like that. What was it? Why did he? And in my mind, I equated his attitude with meaning a dishwasher is your level. So why don't you go out and seek your level and find a life, right? I also said to myself, if I don't do that, if I find that I can do something other than that, then he will not have been prophetic. I made up my mind as I was walking to 7th Avenue and 135th Street to take a bus downtown to an area where there were a lot of employment offices where I would find a job as a dishwasher. By the time I got to 7th Avenue, I made up my mind. I am going to be an actor. For no other reason but to show him that dishwashing was not going to be my life. I went downtown, I got a job as a dishwasher, and my first monies, I bought a radio. A very small radio. Not a transistor as we know in recent years, but it was a small regular radio. Little tiny box radio. It cost me $13. I took it home to my room, and every waking hour for 6 months, I would listen to the radio because I knew I had to get rid of the Caribbean sing-song accent, because he had all but told me I couldn't even speak. So, after 6 months, I went back there because I had learned in the meantime that they used to give auditions there. But they had moved to another place, a larger place, had a wonderful theater. It was called the American Negro Theater at 127th Street. I went there, found out that they were going to have an audition for new actors to start a new class. And I said that I'd like to come in for that, and they said, fine. Now, I looked around for this guy, but he wasn't there. They told me the date. They said, you must come with a scene. I didn't know you could go to a place and buy a book of plays. So I bought a True Confessions magazine, and I memorized the first chapter of it. That was going to be my audition. I went to the audition, to make a long story short, and I saw the guy. He was, oh, my life and days. His name was Frederick O'Neill. Frederick O'Neill was one of the most remarkable people that I got to know. He was a fantastic actor. He eventually became the head of Actors Equity in New York. He was a trained theater person, and his outburst to me was almost a comment, quite the contrary to everything I thought. His behavior to me was saying, I would learn later. I never asked him, but I deduced. His respect for his profession was such that my assuming that I could come in off the street and impersonate an actor offended him. Offended him. And he was one of the people I would have to perform for. And I performed my little, my paragraph from this True Confessions magazine, at the end of which, I'll make this quick, at the end of which they didn't select me, as a matter of fact. And I left. They informed me later that I was not selected because whatever the reasons. But I was devastated. But I did notice when I was there that night that they did not have a janitor. So 3 or 4 days I went back and I said to whomever was in the office, I said, I auditioned the other day and I was told that I was not accepted. And I thought, because I noticed that you don't have a janitor here, I said, I work during the day, sometimes I work at night, but I can always come by and do the janitor work. I said, if it be of interest to you, I would do the janitor work for free if you let me come in and study. And they said, well, I can't do much about it, but I can pass it on to Miss whomever or whatever. So one person led me to another, and I repeated the same story, and it got to a man named Abram Hill, who was one of the directors there. And he was so impressed with the idea that I would be interested in studying, that he spoke to his compatriots. He said, let me know in a few days. So anyway, long story short, they took me on. And I would go early evenings before classes, and I would mop, and I would clean, and I would make things right on the stage and sweep up and stuff. And after classes, I would put out the garbage, such as it was. And after one semester, they let me go because they didn't think I was going to work out. And the drama teacher's name was Osceola Archer. Anyway, one thing led to another, and my fellow students came to my rescue. They asked the drama teacher to keep me at least till the end of the following semester so I could have a chance to do something with the production. She was somehow impressed with that. And they kept me.
Who were the students?
They were my fellow students in the class that had been collected out of those who had auditioned with me. And then, as we got close to the student production, everyone had a chance to try out. I tried out, but I was rejected again for the student production. And the part that I wanted, a guy comes in, interesting, a guy named Harry Belafonte. I had never met the man, never heard of the man, never knew anyone existed by that name, until I'm in the basement of the theater organizing some props and costumes and old stuff that had been used in other productions to see what could be used in the new production. He came down into the basement, and I looked at this guy, he looked at me, and we introduced ourselves. And he was very pleasant, very nice, very handsome man. And we had a conversation, and that was that. A few days later, I found that he had gotten the part that I wanted in the production, and which for me was cool because I would get a chance to learn about things from a guy, because he was not a student. He was brought in by the drama teacher. And my friends in class, once Harry had been hired, my friends in class went to her again on my behalf and said, Miss Archer, Sidney could be his understudy. And she said, all right, I'll give it some thought. And she again said, okay. And I became Harry Belafonte's understudy. And
so history begins.
And so it goes.
A long history.
Yeah. A long history.
So you went on for Harry?
Yeah.
Right? Tell me about it.
Harry's dad worked as a superintendent at a building in Holland. And Harry was, as was the custom, I suppose, would help his dad to remove, in those days they burnt coal for heating. And the ashes used to be dumped in big cans and taken to the sidewalk for the garbage collectors to come. And Harry's job was to help his father on certain days when certain things had to be done at the building. And he was not able to make it on a given evening when Osceola Archer had invited the director who had previously directed the play we were doing, that Harry was starring in, which was called Days of Our Youth. And because it was a sudden understanding on the part of the director and Harry, they were caught shorthanded. She had previously invited this other director to come and see what she had done with the production. So it was too late to cancel it or make other arrangements. Therefore, she asked me to play the part that night. And I did. I don't know how well I did, but obviously it was good enough. The guy that she had asked to come up and see the play was himself about to direct a black version of a Greek comedy drama called Lysistrata. Watching the play, he saw something in what I did that interested him and asked me after the production, would I come on Monday to his office? He'd like to speak with me. He didn't say why, but I said, yes, I would. I did go that following Monday to his office, and he said that I'm going to be doing this play, and I wondered if you would read for me. It's part of Polydorus. And I said, yes, I would. He gave me a script. Now I know what a script is, and stuff, you know. So I read this Polydorus. It was a kind of a cute little part, small. I had about 10 or 12 lines. And I read for him, and he offered me the job. And they, in fact, did go ahead with the production. I was able to join Actors Equity. I became an actor, so I went into rehearsals for this job that just came out of nowhere. And interesting thing happened on opening night. On opening night, naturally there is a nervousness abroad, behind stage and in front of in the theater itself. And I'm watching all of the people who are with me backstage, the stars and everything. They go up to a little peephole in the curtain and they look out at the audience. I didn't know it was a peephole looking out at the audience. I had no idea what they were doing, but they would go up and they would peek through this little thing. Well, when the coast was clear, I decided to go up and take a peek what's they're looking at. I looked through this little peephole, and there, through this eye, I saw 1,200 people sitting out there in this theater. And my heart started going like that. I mean, I got so scared.
Be honest in the comments. How would you feel knowing that you're about to step on stage and 1,200 people will be watching you?
At this point, it's almost time for curtain, right? And they said places, and I got to my place. You know, I knew all the terms now through the rehearsal period. And wham, the curtain's up. And the first few actors, I'm like the third or fourth actor to enter. The first few actors, they start the play, and it's beginning to unfold, and my turn comes, and I can't help, I got to go out there, but I'm panicked. I gone out on the stage, and I am out there. And while I'm there, something in me couldn't prevent me from turning my head to the left and taking a look at the audience. I turned and I looked, and there again, these 1,200 people all looking at me. I turned back to the actors and I read my line. What I read was not my first line. What I read was my 7th line. The actor I gave the line to, he looked at me as if to say, "Oh my God!" And he in turn, trying to get me back on track, he goes back to the answer he would have given to my first line. By now, I know what I've done, so I'm trying to adjust, and to that line, I gave him the answer to a 5th line or a 6th line. Now the audience, on my response, suddenly they start laughing. I'm assuming, naturally, they're laughing at me. So I get more frightened. And the more he tried to get me on track, the more I go askew. I'm grabbing for lines, none of which is correct, obviously. By now, the audience thinks it's so funny. And I am crestfallen. I still have 3 or 4 lines to go. I don't know whether I should run off the stage or not. But I stuck it out. Finally, I got to a point where I had no more lines to misrepresent. And the audience is falling down. They're just having the best time. I come off the stage. I go up to my dressing room that I shared with other actors. I got undressed out of the costume. It was a Greek tragedy comedy costume. I got dressed in my street clothes and I walked out of the theater. I walked to Broadway and then turned right going uptown. I walked all the way from 44th Street in Broadway. I walked up to 165th Street, bemoaning the tragedy that had befallen me. I wandered around in the 165th Street area for quite a while, and then about 12:30, 1 o'clock, I decided I might as well go back to my room and try to lay my head down and forget about this flirtation with theater, because obviously it was over. At 145th Street, near where I live, there was a newsstand. And at that point, as I was turning the corner, in those days, the Daily News used to come by, all the big trucks, but the Daily News I remember because that's what I used to read, and dump a bunch of papers. And the guy who was the paper seller, he would clip open the wire and then put the stuff up there. And I said, what the hell? I took the Daily News, and I took a couple of other papers. I was too frightened to even open them, so I'm walking home. And then I figured I better not take them upstairs because the lady who's renting me the room might read it, and I don't want her to read anything terrible about me. So I decided I'd open. I'm opening it up. And the Daily News, whatever their comment was, and then whatever the other newspaper comments were, shocking. They wanted to know, those papers that I read, who was this kid that came out on the stage at the very beginning of the play and absolutely entranced the audience. I didn't know they were talking about me. Couldn't have been talking about me. I didn't do any such thing. Apparently, the juxtaposition of the lines appeared to them quite humorously and a stroke of genius, whoever did it. I got the credit for that. I got the credit for it. Wherever I was mentioned in all of the reviews, and in those days there were 13 daily newspapers in New York City. 13. Now, I don't know that I got mentioned in all 13, but wherever I was mentioned, it was the most wonderful, delightful response to the little performance that they figured I had given. When in fact I was so scared I didn't know what to do, I thought I had screwed up the whole production. I had dared, as Frederick O'Neill might have suggested, I had dared to imitate an actor. I felt terrible about it, and then these things that these people said. There was something about it that was sobering to me. The people who said such nice things in their reviews were unaware of what state I was in internally. Therefore, I was not worthy of the comments. But could I become an actor who can engender that kind of response on a genuine basis, go after it, and acquire it methodically through skill and the exercise of such talents as I might have? That sort of cemented for me a commitment to self and to the craft, to learn it, to master it as best I could, and to be an actor who knew what he was doing all the time, to be aware of, if there is magic to be spun, be aware that you're spinning it, or at least be aware that you can reach for that kind of magic. So that was important. Now, on the basis of that, I continued in the theater.
Let me know in the comments what in you that burns, that ignites that passion just like it did him. Is it construction? Is it drawing? What about something that ignites something in you?
Did you, by that time, get to know Ossie and Ruby and Bill Greaves?
At that time, it was during that period, obviously, I got to know Ossie and Ruby. Ossie, Ruby were both with Anna Lucastor at that time, and it would be a bit of time before I got to know them as friends. They were either starring in New York or on the road with the play. There were several companies, Ossie and Ruby. Bill Greaves was an actor like I was, new to the game, very gifted, very talented. We became very good friends. I have an enormous respect for Bill Greaves. He's a man of towering strength. And what he's done with his life and his career and his knowledge of film is remarkable. He has just, as you may know, has just finished a documentary on the life of Ralph Bunche that I've seen. And it is spectacular. Yeah. It is spectacular.
And the other Bill?
Bill Branch?
Bill Branch.
Bill Branch was a breath of fresh air in the American theater that I knew. He wrote a play called A Medal for Willie. It was so wonderful, so refreshing, so imaginative. That's when I really was first introduced to Bill Branch. He was a close friend of Ruth and Jenny Peace, two sisters, actually, who were instrumental in much of my life. Bill Branch, therefore, as well, was instrumental in much of my life. And I've come across the years with friends like that, Bill Branch, Ruth, and Jenny Peace, and I can count them as having been there more than 50 years. More than 50 years. They were there at the beginning. And today, Bill and I, we muse about the years we carry on our shoulders, you know, and we think about the missteps of youth and the opportunities missed. And
Which of the Bills was dating Juanita before?
Bill Greaves was. Bill Greaves was. He was dating Juanita, and he introduced me to Juanita.
Bad step.
Bad step. Bad step. Because I married Juanita, and that wonderful lady, we had 4 great kids. So I thank Bill Greaves for that.
Getting married, starting a family. Working and starting a family. And you were a baby.
What?
How? I mean, what made you want to start a family, and how did you work and make all that?
Family. You have to be lonely and have survived it, not by when we are lonely, we can do something about it. One of the cosmetic things we do is we can place ourselves in situations that anesthetizes the loneliness, or allows you to manage with it. There comes a time when I believe once you are able to manage your loneliness with yourself, then you get a close look at what life with another person can and should be. Otherwise, you make a big mistake, I think, because some people then who make the move because fundamentally of loneliness, they find that they are still lonely in relationships sometimes. And that's because they didn't work through the propensity for loneliness inside, you know. See, being alone is different from loneliness. Loneliness is a killer, it really is. And you can work on it. Well, having been alone and having been lonely and having survived them both, when I got married, I was reaching for what I had as a kid with my family, with my father and my mother and my brothers and sisters. I was reaching for that energy that was so rewarding in my early years. So when I got married, first time. I wanted to build a family like that. And I started right out doing it. 4 kids. Worked great for a long time. And then the pressures were difficult. And my first wife was quite a wonderful person, quite a wonderful person. Terrific mom. Good wife.
And you're friends still.
And we're very good friends still. But we had different our comfort zones were at different stations, in a way. Well, she was better able to embrace life at a certain point and say of her life, this point is sufficient for the fulfillment of my life. I respected that, but that was not the place where the fulfillment of my life could have been arranged. I had yet to go another place. So then when that happens, the person who finds a fulfillment at a given level tends to rest there. I still had anxieties driving me elsewhere. And in our situation, it was not her fault. It was to her good fortune that she found a sense of fulfillment at a given point. I was still in the search, you know. And
Part of your talent, that search.
it might have been. It was a necessary search for me, because the me that I am now was in the formative stages when she found her peace, you see.
So, at what point did the first film happen, and how did it happen?
First film was No Way Out at 20th Century Fox. It happened, I was in New York, and the rumor had it that a man named Joe Mankiewicz was about to make a film called No Way Out, and he needed some young actors, especially one actor who could play a young intern. And I went, like others, to see about it to the offices of 20th Century Fox on West 57th Street. There was a young man then named Frank, I can't recall his last name. He worked for 20th Century Fox, and I had known him. He was a nice man. And when I went in, I recognized him, he recognized me, and I think because of that, he put my name down among those to be given a reading. And I read and was selected as one of those who would be put on film to be sent to California for Mr. Mankiewicz to see. What they did was they didn't audition me, actually. They just put me in front of a camera, and I turned around, I turned to the right, turned to the left, I looked up, I looked down, and they sent just those images to California. word came back that of all the images sent of all the actors, there were 4 or 5 in New York that he wanted to see when he came in. He first stopped in Chicago and he saw 4 or 5 actors there out of that list. Then he came on to New York. And I was called in, like the other 4 or 5 guys, and he was going to give us a screen test, each and every one of us. And 3 or 4 guys had done work on their screen test that day before I arrived. When I arrived, they had me waiting for a bit. Then I went in, and Mr. Mankiewicz said to me, he said, did you read the script? I said, I read much of it as I could. I didn't get the whole thing. He said, oh, he says, well, let me describe it to you. And he gave me a kind of a quick description of the kid. And he said, okay. He said, let's see what we can do. And I got up there, and one of his assistants was reading the other lines, which puts me in mind of the first time with Frederick O'Neill. Things were different now.
Sorry.
And I read the scene. And he said to me, how would you like to play this part? Or words to that effect. I said, sure, I would like it a lot. He says, I don't know if what's going to happen. He said, but what are you doing? Are you free? I mean, he asked me some very pointed questions around the issue. And I said, yes, I'm free. He says, so if I choose to have you come out? I said, yeah. Well, long story short, he hired me. And I went to California. And that started the career. I worked with Ossie and Ruby in that picture. I worked with Dots Johnson and Muriel Smith and a lot of other black actors and actresses. It was my first job. That's how it started, the first job.
And that was the part of?
That was the part of the young intern who worked in a county hospital in California. He was on duty when Richard Widmark's brother comes in, having been shot up in a robbery attempt. And he was pretty badly injured, and I tried to save his life, and I couldn't. And Richard Widmark assumed that I had killed his brother for whatever reasons. And so that was the dramatic foundation on which the movie was based. And it was quite an impactful movie. It was different. It was revolutionary for its time because it dealt with race pretty head on.
Yeah.
And
Now, tell the story about the organization that was formed, the protest organization that was formed in Nassau in order to get that film shown in the theaters.
Protest organization in Nassau that was formed to get the film screened. You got to understand what Nassau was. Nassau was then under British rule. Under British rule then was a complementary way of describing colonialism, while colonialism was a very unfair system to those who were the native colonials, whose lives and whose property and whose existence had been usurped by the British Empire. That's what made it an empire. Britain then was, figuratively speaking, a small body of land in Europe. Its empire came because it had finagled control over India, over many of the Asian countries, Africa, much of the Caribbean, almost all of the Caribbean, and therefore, consequently, was her empire. And our empire was administered by its nationals who were sent out to these posts to conduct the business of the crown to the advantage and the pleasure of the crown. Oftentimes, the advantage and the pleasure of the crown was not necessarily the advantage or the pleasure of the colonial person. That was Nassau. With that being the case, when I started in films in America, my very first film, when it got to the Bahamas, there had not been a tradition of black people coming to the screens in the Bahamas involved on such a high level of realism as that picture portrayed, in a country where that kind of frank look at race was not allowed because it was too explosive for the colonial value system. So what they did was they banned the movie. They said it cannot be shown. There was a censorship board, and the censorship board elected to have this movie not to enter the country.
So it was to their advantage to ban.
Yes. And so they did. They banned it. Now, the fact that it was a film in which a local boy was very involved, there was some outrage at the audacity of the film board to ban it, because, I mean, very seldom was there a film with any black faces in it. And oftentimes they were oftentimes questionable films in terms of what was going on with black people. Anyway, there were those, many I knew, but then I was a youngster. I was 23 or 24 years old. But many I knew of who had positions of authority. And they collected together and just really challenged the government and the board and forced them to show the movie, which they did. And it was quite an experience then.
Well, that was the group that stayed together. That protest against the film board, to have you, the homeboy,
Yeah.
be seen, was the group that eventually, in a different form, was the one that became the
government.
The government.
Well, yes. Principally, among that group that eventually became the government was a man named Milo Butler. He was a powerful man. He was a powerful in that his values, his attitude to life, and his sense of fairness was just great, massive. And there were others like him, and you met some of them when you were in Nassau. They decided that the government had to go, that the British government had to go. The only way the British government could go would be to win from it independence. To win from it independence required a lot of brain power, a lot of ingenuity, a lot of imagination, a lot of courage, a lot of perseverance. And that group, which was the nucleus of the force that ultimately won the government, they couldn't have been better handpicked, for the job. They really coalesced, and they hung in, and they worked together, and they moved, and they challenged, and they nurtured the strength of the population, 90% of whom were black anyway.
But it started with No Way Out.
It started with No Way Out. And the members of that body, and ultimately the members of the government that followed, were, almost all of them were, with the exception of Milo Butler and the father figures of the movement for independence, most of them were fairly young guys. Few of them were older than me. Some were, obviously, but few. The Prime Minister who led the charge, Lyndon Pinling, was younger than I was. And he and I grew up a couple of blocks away from each other when we were kids, 14, 15 years old.
And so your mom and your dad saw you for the first time in a film.
Yeah.
Were you there to see that?
No, I was not there. I heard about it. My mom and my dad were invited by the theater owner to what would have to be called the Bahamian premiere. And my dad and my mom had never seen a movie. Never. So it was quite an interesting evening. My mom, there was a scene where Richard Widmark, toward the end of the movie, very tense moment where he's going to kill me, but before he does, he has a pistol, and he started beating me with this pistol all across my head in various places. And my mother leaped up in the theater. I mean, she was so carried away by this whole experience. She leaped up in the theater and she said, "Hit him back, Sidney, hit him back, hit him back, hit him back." Well, as I'm told, the audience just didn't know what to say about this lady who stood up in the middle of a darkened theater shouting, "Hit him back, Sidney, hit him back." But I can understand, certainly knowing my mother.
And is that when you went back, or did you go back before that? The sun is coming in awfully up. Yoshi, if anything can be done, it's really hitting me.
No, he's behind you.
Can you see? Okay.
Shh. Okay, let's spin.
Cry the beloved country. Indentured servitude to Zoltan Korda in order to work in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about the conditions under which you were put in order to work there.
Conditions. I don't know that I was forced under any conditions. The conditions were required by the state.
The state of what?
South Africa, for the apartheid state of South Africa. But their requiring those conditions were not, I mean, the problem was not that they required those conditions. The problem was mine to decide to work under those conditions. And I wanted to see South Africa. I wanted to experience South Africa. I also wanted to play that part. Those were the compelling reasons for me. The conditions were, to some extent, not that much different from what I knew in the U.S. and in the Bahamas. It was infinitely more intense, and there was a degree of brutality to it that was mind-boggling. But it was not unfamiliar to me, so that my choice to do that part, which was a great part, and to see that country was no more difficult for me than it was for me to turn down or accept certain parts that I did accept in the United States. To turn down certain parts I did turn down in the United States. So it wasn't an enormous question of morality, integrity, dignity. They were questions, but if I were hard-pressed to make a decision based on experience, I've had similarities in my life in other places than South Africa.
What was the actual, when they say you had to be indentured?
Indentured at that time, my understanding...
Signing a paper?
No. I didn't sign any such paper that I recall. I might very well have, given the contracts on a film, I might have done so without any knowledge. But that, too, is not the fact, because had they made it clear to me that you are signing this, and what you are signing essentially is that Zoltan Korda will be responsible for your behavior. You are supposed to abide by the rules and regulations of the country. That's what it is. That's all it was. But it had an ominous meaning. You know, it meant that I would not go there and challenge the South African government on the basis of its apartheid practices. I wasn't going there to do that in any event. I was going there to work on a film. And once I got there, I was smart enough to know that it would have been absolutely ridiculous for me to try to challenge them on that. I think that what I came away from it with was an understanding of its bestiality, a first-hand look at how it operated. It was, in fact, an evil system. And to have spent 13 weeks there, I think 13 weeks in Johannesburg shooting the movie, I got to know South Africa as South Africa was, certainly from the standpoint of someone of color. And the experience was educational.
And Canada Lee was also required to do...
Canada Lee was required to do the same. Canada Lee, unlike myself, once we were there, Canada ignored the rules and regulations. But that was Canada's nature. And the things he did to ignore them, I need not go into, but they were quite unusual. I went mostly into the townships. I got to know the people who lived in the townships and how they lived in the townships, and what their hopes and aspirations were, how tough life was for them, how they squeezed their joys out of such hard circumstances. And their leaders were who they were. I didn't get to know their leaders. I met Mandela, I believe, very early in my stay in South Africa, but it was the briefest of times. It was at an ANC function in the forest someplace. But I ran into people who I would learn later were very important people in the movement, and they were guys who were, I worry about questions that are actually trivial, comparable to what they lived with day in and day out. Their lives were on the line all the time, and they could have been killed by a system that had to answer nowhere. Nowhere was there any force that required them to answer. And I was in the midst of that. I was in that country at a time when they had already decided to exercise whatever means necessary for the survival of the state. Canada and I and two other black actors went down there to work. Canada was a remarkable fellow.
Tell me about
Canada Lee was a fine actor. Refined is the word I was reaching for. He was a free spirit in an unfree world, in a way. He, in South Africa, he exercised his sense of freedom in ways that I admired. He was very, very, very close to life in the townships, but he was also, and insisted on, life outside the townships. He was not permitted to travel, but he was courageous enough to travel hundreds of miles from Johannesburg to Cape Town, which was illegal for him to do, according
Let me know in the comments, who do you speak highly of? The exact same way Sidney Poitier speaks highly of.
to the contractual obligations. And he ignored the dangers of the state. He just did, and because he felt he had another agenda, and that was, you know, at that time in his life, he didn't live very long after that. It seemed as if Canada was saying, these years, my sense of freedom, I'll be in South Africa as I am in the world. And he was. He was.
What happened to him?
Well, you mean when he came home? When he came home, there were no jobs, which was not anything new. There were periods when things were so fallow, you know, that he was left struggling for survival. The career, too, was, its best days had passed, and all he was left with was his sense of himself, which was plenty, because it saw him through to the end, you know. I admired him a great deal. He was his own man, Canada. And though life was not kind to him in the latter years, he really stood tall all the way. He was, and he never, you see, one of the things I find very interesting, in my life I have tried never to allow myself to be pigeonholed. And Canada exemplified that for me. There are guys like Canada who, by example, taught me that it's better to be your own man and pay as much of the price as you can afford than to be pigeonholed, to be slotted, you know.
As a person and as an actor.
Yes, a person and an actor.
Now, let me ask you something.
Economic viability means if it's good for economics, that's the rule. As a result, I look at people who get up on a television screen on a show like the Jerry Springer or a show like the Jenny Jones, or a show like that elderly lady, whatever her name is, Sarah somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sally Sarah somebody.
Sally Jessica.
Right. And there are others, many. Maury Probich is one, and there are lots of people. And they get Americans who might be half-witted or might not to degrade themselves in the name of what? You're not recording me, are you? Huh?
Yes.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I thought you were waiting for this stuff to go. No. You can't use that stuff, Lee.
I can't use it?
No, absolutely not.
We recorded on the small part of it.
Huh?
They
We
just
recorded on the small part.
Yeah,
just
but
this last little
Doesn't
bit
make
of
any
it.
sense.
But
because we were at the beginning.
it's a very
No,
it
you-
is the core of what's happening.
yeah, but you can't use it.
Core of what's I mean, I made a documentary called Down and Out in America, which was the beginning of the, well, you know, you should cut this because it's, you know, because I'm talking. That was the beginning of an agenda.
Of course.
And all these stations are owned.
That's right. That's right.
They're
That's right.
owned.
They're owned. They're owned. I don't want to even get into it. Let's get back to our thing. But you're
We
going to...
have to talk about it sometime because it's okay. The blackboard jump.
Yeah.
What were you doing to support yourself and your family between films?
I was working as a dishwasher between films in a little restaurant in Harlem called Ribs in the Rough, a little one that I was part owner of. And I was serving food as a waiter. I was preparing the ribs as a cook, and I was running the cash register, and I was the guy mopping the floors when we closed in the wee hours of the morning. That's how I fed my family at that time.
Did you make good ribs?
The ribs, I thought, were exquisite. I learned from many people later that they were absolutely awful, but that they were friends and they supported the establishment for years. I liked the ribs. We had a sauce that I thought was quite good, and they said it was probably something that would cure horses who had distemper or something. It wasn't widely received. But I had a partner who was a very good cook and a wonderful business person. His name was Johnny Newton. He's passed away now. He was good at it. He was a restaurateur. Is that the proper phrase? Restaurateur. He was good. He was good. I miss him.
And then Blackboard Jungle
Mm-hmm.
came.
Yeah.
This was a big picture.
Yeah. It was a big picture.
How old were you?
Blackboard Jungle? 27.
And you were playing.
A 17, 18-year-old.
Tell me about that.
Tell you about what?
Tell me about it so that my question isn't in between.
Okay.
Tell me.
About Blackboard Jungle. What's there to tell about Blackboard Jungle? Lots of interesting things to tell about Blackboard Jungle. The most interesting of which was the director, a guy named Richard Brooks. He was a fine filmmaker. Odd personality. Different kind of a person. He was an oddball, really. Very gifted as a writer and as a director. I made a few movies for him. And we were fairly close. He liked me a lot. He supported me very strongly and defended my right to be a friend of Canada Lee's and Paul Robeson. Defended it. And at the studio, when they asked questions about my relationship with Robeson and with Canada Lee. He was. There were other things about Blackboard Jungle. I was amazed at the response from people in high places. I remember there was a lady who was the ambassador to Italy, Mrs. Claire Booth Luce, is that the name? And they thought that the Blackboard Jungle, her position was that the Blackboard Jungle was bad propaganda for the United States abroad, because it showed a school system that was less than it ought to appear abroad. The picture was not shown in some areas of the South because of its racial mixture, and I suppose because of the realistic manner in which the film problems were dealt with. It was an important film for me in that it afforded me a kind of, it was good. I liked the part, and I managed it fair, and it was good. It was good for me. Helped my career a lot.
Blackboard Jungle was a big hit.
Big hit, yeah. Big hit.
And that was your first big hit.
It was my first big hit, yes. Yeah. But it was not my first big hit in that I was responsible for it. It was a Glenn Ford movie, but it was my first appearance in a hit movie, and it's great.
And so, did interest start to pick up?
Interest started to pick up, yeah. Interest started to pick up, but interest flagged and picked up and flagged. That's the nature of the business. There are times when I got one or two calls, and then there were times for months and months and months I didn't. That's when I worked as a dishwasher in between the job opportunities and job offers. Also, I had gotten married, and I had young children coming along, so I had to stay busy with some kind of income. I stayed in the restaurant business, working in that little restaurant I mentioned to you, until I got a call from Richard Brooks to go to Africa to make a picture with him called Robert Rock's picture, Something of Value. Something of Value. And that's when I was able to get out of the dishwashing and the restaurant business. I went to Kenya to make that film for Richard. It was a very interesting time because the Mau Mau uprising was in place. It was called the Mau Mau uprising, but in fact it was an independence movement developing in Kenya. It took many, many, many years and a lot of lives for the Kenyans to finally win their independence from Britain. And I was there long before Independence Day. I was there during the height of the struggle, as I was in South Africa when that system was in full force. In Kenya, I worked on Mount Kenya, where the Mau Mau, some people call them freedom fighters, some people call it, depending on your point of view, I suppose, but where they were, they massed their forces and they dispersed them from that general area. And we shot there at Mount Kenya for some weeks, and we actually saw some of the Mau Mau warriors. Fascinating. And I worked in Africa many times. It was a great experience each time. I mean, it's such a vast continent. It's been a troubled continent, largely because of colonialism, but not exclusively because of colonialism. I mean,
No, it's very complex.
very complex. The whole difficulties, the whole range of difficulties that Africa endures now, some of it has to be sorted out in terms of where all of the responsibilities can be properly placed, and it's certainly not at any one doorstep exclusively. But it's a continent with such vitality, such energy, and the difficulties, however insurmountable they may appear now, I think they are strengthening ultimately in terms of the future.
Well, a lot of those countries have known nothing but dictators and corruption.
Oh yes, dictatorships, corruption. You know, you look at Africa as Africa is articulated in the evening news or in media generally, and you tend to assume that it has problems that lie outside of those that could ordinarily or would ordinarily be made by the human personality, almost as if it was some will of some unknown force that found it necessary for such suffering to be endured and visited upon that continent. But that is only because there is no time taken to the human personality, sketches, designs, the human condition. There is not a place on earth where conditions have not been the result of the human personality. Each culture has its mark. Each culture has its peculiar fingerprint. But none of these cultures and none of their marks or their fingerprints are without the same kind of representation. There is bestiality. It's experienced everywhere, and that is a part of the human personality. There is a kind of vulgarity to the human personality. However sophisticated it matures as a result of education and refined society and all that. Out of it comes ultimately all of them: wars and murder and destruction, you know. They don't come ever out of nowhere. Nowhere. They never come out of. They come out of the human personality. That's how they manifest. What triggers it are the ingredients of which the human personality is composed: greed, envy, lust, need for power, the need to exercise it, to need to control it, all of those things. There isn't a society or a culture in which you will find these things absent. How we deal with our problems, like we are a very sophisticated community, are we not? Yet we are constantly trying to prevent wars, and sometimes our efforts to prevent wars create wars. So when you, at least for me, when I take into consideration that long before the present state of things in Africa, we had a state of things in Europe, a state of things in South America, we had a state of things in Asia. Mind you, all the various cultures that compose these regions, within them, you found all of the negatives, every one of them, that plagues the world today, that plagued the world 1,000 years ago, that plagued the world 1,000,000 years ago. Whenever and wherever there was mankind, there were these possibilities. And they have not diminished at all because they are classic and inherent in the human personality. Less than what? Less than 60 years ago, we were cleaning up World War II.
Yeah.
And if you examine that, I mean, in some views, it was despicable what human beings were doing to each other. Today, this very day, we're doing the same things to each other in different parts of the globe. So, Africa, as a continent, is experiencing nothing different than the continents in Asia, South America, our continent here, Europe. No different. Times may be different. Cultural influence may differ. But the basics are always there in all times. Greed, lust, fear, envy, need for power, execution of power.
Power.
Power,
Absolute power.
yeah. And you know what it does, absolutely. Yeah. So,
when you were there for the second time, when you were there, and was it something of value?
in Kenya?
Yeah. There was a situation where they weren't going to give you a room because you were a black man. And then, do you remember that situation?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Well, I was making a picture called Something of Value for Richard Brooks, same guy I had made Blackboard Jungle for. And I arrived, all of the actors from abroad had been assigned rooms at the Stanley Hotel, I think it was. And Richard arrived before I did, so I didn't know anything about this. And he made inquiry at the desk while he was checking in. I was 3 or 4 days behind them coming from the States. And he asked about my accommodations, and he was told that there were no accommodations for me. So he said, why is there no accommodations for him? And they explained what their practices were. Which was that in Africa, in an African nation, people of African descent were not permitted in the Stanley Hotel. At least that's the way it went in those days. And Richard said, well, if that's the case, I don't know how many people we are all told. I suspect 100 or more, then we'll all have to find other accommodations, would we not? Which obviously changed the whole pattern right there. There was no more of a discussion about that. I was more concerned. I wasn't that concerned about it, because when I arrived, everything was fine. I went to my room and everything was okay, and the dining room was available to me, etc. My big concern was I knew I was going to work on Mount Kenya. And legend has it that on Mount Kenya there is a snake called the black mamba, which is a very, very deadly creature. And I am not too fond of snakes, you see. And I was told that on occasion such snakes could be found even in Nairobi itself, and that they had a habit of, if they were near a house, they would take refuge inside buildings. Well, a hotel is a building, I supposed. And I had to go to sleep in this room. Well, let me tell you, I didn't sleep a wink. I just kept seeing black mamba snakes fiddling around the posts of my bed, so things didn't work out very well as far as sleeping was concerned. And I stayed there for many weeks. I never got over that fear. I'm still not over it today, and I hope there are none in this apartment.
Well, the story that I heard on it, I don't know whether it's apocryphal or not, is that they found out how much money you were making
Who?
in the movie. The people who own the hotel.
Oh, yes?
And they decided that you weren't black.
Oh, no, that's not so. You see,
I love it, though.
it's a lovely idea, but I'll tell you, it's not the way colonialism works. Trust me.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to Phoenix City Story. That was, we haven't talked, did we talk about Marty Baum? About how he became your agent?
I don't, maybe we did in Nassau, on Cat Island that day. I don't know if we...
No, we didn't.
We didn't?
No.
All right.
Are you putting out a flag up, Hiroshi?
Yeah, well, it's weird.
Tell me about meeting Marty now.
Meeting Marty Baum. Marty Baum, my agent. Many, many years ago, I got a call from an office in New York, an agency called the Baum Newborn Agency. It was Martin Baum, and he said, "You don't know me, my name is Martin Baum, and I wondered if you would come down and see me. There's something I want you to go and see about, a part." I said, okay, and I went downtown, 5th Avenue, 57th, between 57th and 58th Streets, and I went up to his office, and he explained to me what the part was. The picture was called The Phoenix City Story, and the part was a young black man who was a family person who had a job. And he said, "I'd like you to go next door to a hotel called the Plaza, something Plaza, not the Plaza Hotel, but it was across the street on 58th Street, where now sits the General Motors building." Anyway, I went to this hotel. I went to the suite I was directed to go to, and there was a guy, two guys, and they greeted me, and we talked for a moment, and he gave me a script. And he turned to a particular scene. He said, "I'd like you to spend a few minutes looking it over, and then, if you don't mind, would you read it with us?" I said, "Certainly." And I looked it over, and it seemed okay, the scene. And I said, "Fine." And I read it with someone, and they thanked me for coming, and I thanked them for receiving me, and I left. I went back to Marty Baum. They gave me a script and said, "You could read the whole script and let us know what you think about it." And I went back to Marty Baum, and I said, "They gave me a script, and I'm going to take it home, and I'm going to read it." He said, "Fine, you let him know what it is." I said, "Okay." I went home, and I read the script, and it was a fine piece of work. Not brilliant, fine piece of work. Nothing offensive in it, which was what I looked for first. And, but I decided not to do it. I decided not to do it because the reason I went into the business, the reason I became an actor, was not evident in the script, you see. I found no evidence of it. And so I went back to Marty, and I said, I read the script. He says, "Don't tell me." He says, I want you to know they want you to play. They want you to play it, and so they're offering. At that time, the offer was 1 week's work for $750, which was, for me, a lot of money at that time. And so I finally had to tell him I can't play it. And he wanted to know why. And I said, it's very difficult to explain. He said, try. And I said, okay. I said that anything I do has to have some positive reflection on my father's name. He didn't quite understand it at first. It took him a long time to. I couldn't explain it any better.
What was the part?
Let me know in the comments. Out of all the movies that Sidney Poitier has ever done, can you think of any movie that will leave a negative reflection on his father's name?
The part was the part of a young man who worked as a janitor. Phoenix City was a town where gambling was very big. He worked for people who ran a gambling house. And to teach the bad guys, to teach the gamblers a lesson, they killed the daughter of this janitor for reasons that I don't altogether recall. And when his daughter was killed, the way he responded, his behavior, what he said, and mostly what he didn't say. It wasn't what I needed. So I thanked them for it, and I just didn't do it. So
What
that
was your situation at home at that point?
financially,
Yeah.
dire. I mean, of course I needed the money a lot. Because I had children of my own at that time. I had 2 daughters at that time. Anyway, I thanked them, and I went back to my dishwashing job in Harlem. So, and that's all I did. No other jobs came along. In about 6 months' time, I got a call at my place of work from Marty Baum. And he said to me, what are you doing? He said, you remember me? I said, yeah, I remember you. And he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm working in this restaurant. That's all I'm doing. He says, you haven't had any activity? I said, no, nothing. He said, would you like to come down and see me for a minute? He says, I don't have anything to offer you. Just come down. I said, sure. I got on the subway and I went down to his office. I went upstairs and went into his office. And he looked at me for the longest time. And he said to me, I don't have anything for you. He said, but anyone as crazy, his exact words, anyone as crazy as you, he said, I think I want to handle him. I want to be his agent. I said, okay, if that's the way you feel. And he became my agent. And he is still my agent. And it's now 50 years, I suppose, 40 years. Long time.
It's a lifetime.
Yeah.
Lifetime together.
Yeah. And he was a quintessential agent. He was different than my understanding of agents are. My understanding of agents, Marty Baum would go out to the studios, their New York offices every day, and he would have his roster with him. And he would say to them, I have an actor that could play, and he would say, I read your script. And he would talk about this young actor that he had. And they would say, okay, we'll send him in. We'll take a look at him. He would never say to them, this is a black actor. Never. I would walk in, and they would say, Marty Baum sent you? You the guy Marty Baum was talking about? I'd say, yes, I'm the guy. I suppose that the habit of doing such a thing by an agent in New York in 1951-50 must have impressed some of the people I went to see, because we got good responses, you know. Often they would read me, even though they wouldn't hire me, they would read me. And the opportunity to read for them was an opportunity I wouldn't have had otherwise. Had he said, I'm sending you a black actor, and I said, well, there's nothing in it for black actors, is what he would have been told.
Yeah.
And he actually went out and sold me. I was totally unknown. He sold me. He propagandized me. He really went to town. And for years, he did it. For years. Now, if you look at the body of my work over time, you will see how extraordinary it was. The combination of Sidney Poitier and Marty Baum in that period. It would be immodest of me to even... Well, let me put it this way. There were firsts registered in those first 20, 25 years. There were a lot of firsts registered. And he was largely responsible for them. So he's a friend and a compatriot and partner and stuff like that.
How did you get Edge of the City?
How did I get Edge of the City?
Yeah.
Edge of the City was originally a television play done on Philco Playhouse at NBC. I got that because it was written by a man named Robert Allen Arthur. Robert Allen Arthur was a wonderful writer, very liberal fellow. I think he was Jewish. Quite a compassionate fellow, I think. And he wrote this piece, and he had seen me at work in Blackboard Jungle. And he remembered it, and when it came time to cast, my name came up, and I was asked to come in, and I saw him, and I saw David Susskind. And I forgot who the producer was. I think it might have been at NBC at that time. It'll come to me. Anyway, they said, okay, fine. Then, of course, I got in trouble with NBC because they thought that I had, because I knew Paul Robeson and Canada Lee, they didn't like the company I kept. And we had a kind of a go-around on that question. And they tried to step on my sense of myself. So I told them my past.
You gave up the part?
Yeah, I certainly did.
Say that.
I gave up the part. I gave up the part. Small price. Anyway, David Susskind, to his everlasting... he didn't let go. He said, "No, I want him to play this part. I want him to play this part." And, so he fought them, and I had no expectation that he would win, but I knew for certain that I wasn't going to play on their terms. So. But he and Robert Allen Arthur, Fred Coe was the producer's name.
Sure, Fred.
Fred Coe. And Fred Coe was there, and they apparently were trying to work it out. Then I got a call from a guy in the legal department at NBC. Asked me to come and visit with him. I said, okay, I went and visited with him. There was a lawyer guy who said to me, he said, you know, this is a problem we have because you're friendly.
At this point in the video, let me know, what's your favorite Sidney Poitier movie? For me, it's the movie he did, I believe, in 1977 called A Piece of the Action.